Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, coming to you live June 25th at 4:01 p.m. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Let's see, we'll
So
do
moved.
sitting board and Carrie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that unanimously. And then we'll get Ray involved on these, so we're going to do a voice vote.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry. I want to pull two things off of consent with conditions that are mine. I don't want them to be a move demo. They've been sitting on block since 2017, so I want to talk about that.
Okay, so number 4, consent with conditions, number 7 and 8, both 1 Windsor. The applicant's agent is requesting that those be heard this evening, so we'll address that when we get to consent with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, we have commissioner discussion, vote for the section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act representative. This was last held by Diane Coombs. Where we left this was that Val was going to check
Yep.
into it and determine whether she is, in her mind or under the law, eligible.
Yep.
And what would you like to report? Are you
I'd like
interested?
to report I had an hour-long conversation with the State Ethics Commission, and I actually can sit
Okay,
if I file a declaration, a disclosure declaration. But I have decided at this time I'm going to pass
okay.
and perhaps in the future consider it.
Okay, fair enough. You might want to file that form regardless of the fact, might be
Okay.
beneficial. And that leaves us with Angus had volunteered for the position. Is there anyone else who's interested? Is there a nomination?
I'll nominate Angus.
Okay. We're going to bring Ray in on this, and it'll be, let's see, on Abby's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
I'm an aye. Angus?
Aye.
All right. Congratulations.
Okay.
You might want to reach out to Diane for, she may have been giving you guys at the Historic Commission updates. But if not, you may want to reach out to her and encourage
They have
you.
their own rep, Mr. Chair, but I'll make sure that he is contacted with Bone.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Commissioner discussion regarding the separation of new business and old business agendas. So where there, this is basically where we left off. We will be segregating old business and new business. We keep the headings because they're an organizational feature for both the staff and at least applicants' agents when they're looking at the agenda. And we'll be going to an old business week and a new business week, and we'll actually be dealing with only new business during the new business week and only old business during the old business week. Back in the old days for the better part of, I don't know, 50 years, that's how it was done. And we changed that with COVID and a couple other things going on. That's where we left it. Are there any further thoughts before I work to get that implemented?
No, I think it's a good idea, and I'm excited to try it again.
Okay. Anything
Mr.
else?
Chair,
Ray?
just simple question, logistical question. When do we anticipate that that would actually go into effect?
So I anticipate it will be, I think, at the very earliest for the sake of getting the word out, a couple of weeks. So not this meeting, but
Okay.
2 more meetings. And I will want to verify that with planning to confirm that it's just as easy as we've all thought, including in the planning department, to implement this. So I think the earliest will be 2 weeks out, not including this meeting, and it might be a little bit longer. And what I would ask is, Holly, if you will modify this to indicate announcement regarding the separation of new business and old business. So just get rid of commissioner discussion and put in an announcement, and then that will serve at the beginning of each meeting until it's implemented, where we can say it on tape.
Mr. Chair, if we're talking about 2 weeks out, that would be the July 9th meeting. Are we wanting to set a date certain so we can actually inform the public?
I
Or
want to double check with planning director and make sure no one's missed anything before I suggest that we set a date. But I think the earliest would be for informational purposes to the public and applicants' agents is the 2 weeks out. But yes, we will set a date certain. Special town meeting warrant article, discussion regarding amendment to demo delay. Can I give this a little bit of shape? What I'd like to do is just kind of poll the board and see if you have substantive comments. If you have substantive comments, I think that we would want to do a very brief workshop, invite the individual who submitted the article, and to see if Mary is interested in our feedback, and that would be the opportunity to give detailed feedback as opposed to tonight. If there's, it would be a publicly noticed meeting. If there's minor comments, then we'll take minor comments. So I think I'd just like to, in order to facilitate the rest of the meeting, get an idea. Does anyone feel as if they would like the HDC to weigh in with some more than minor
Yes.
concepts? And I'm not saying for or against, just more than minor.
Yeah.
And Abby?
Yeah, I think it would be nice if, for Mary to have our backing her article.
Okay.
And I would be in favor of the demo delay.
Did you read it?
First of all, I would like to caution to please speak through the chair and don't jump out of your chair at members.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, give Abby an opportunity to double up on the study. I understand Abby's comments. I think that what I would suggest is that we would, let's finish the polling and see where we go, and then I'm going to comment on your comment. Angus?
I agree with supporting, I mean, I think that that it would be helpful to have the HDC support, but nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I would support it if it wasn't 180 days.
So you have a substantive modification.
Yeah, I think 30 is, which is what it is currently,
Okay.
isn't realistic. And anybody that's been on the architect's side of that, it just isn't even realistic. But 180 seems like it'd be prohibitive in some way.
Right.
So 90 days, 3 months, 120 days, 180 days is half a year. And the way I see it is that if somebody has an application that they think they're going to require a demo for, we wouldn't see any design work. That people would come in and have to apply for it. Then the rest of the design process, presumably there's some other design process happening, is probably a 3 to 4 month process. So I think you could work with 180 days, but it feels like I don't know what the workaround would be, but I think it needs to be, it seems a little bit excessive. But I would acknowledge that 30 does not seem realistic at all, and we're losing a lot of buildings because of it, so.
Okay. So for the purpose of today's discussion, I'll characterize that as material requiring some discussion with the individual, Mary, who put the warrant in.
I'm curious where that date
Yeah.
came
okay.
from. So I
Yeah.
support the idea that it needs to be extended. I'm just curious what the thinking is behind 180. How come not 150?
Okay.
Just seems somewhat random.
Okay, just want to get a little more shape to this. Ray?
Yeah, briefly put, I would like to have an open meeting with Mary present. I've done some work in Chatham where they have a similar demo delay, and I know all too well the workarounds on this particular thing, the things that are happening in Chatham. So I would like to open up the discussion to a larger discussion with Mary present.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
I think it would be beneficial, and we're not going to feel rushed, and it can be explored, and, hopefully a collaborative approach. Carrie, anything to add?
Nothing to add. Everybody's said everything. I do think we should be on the same page, but I think we should discuss
Okay,
more, so we can all be on the same page very comfortably.
okay, thank you. Connie?
I would definitely be open or in favor of further discussion.
Okay, and I recognize, Val, you didn't get into individual topics, which I appreciate, but you will have an opportunity to do that. I would, what I'd suggest then is, as I said at the beginning, we schedule and notice a meeting. And Holly, if you would be so kind as to coordinate that with Mary and the board. I don't know if you have a schedule app. We can all, there's one you can sign up online. I use it. I think it's called Schedule-E or something like that. And it's wicked easy, and it just sends an email, and yeah. But if we maybe do it, Mary, would you mind approaching I'd just like to get an idea of deadlines from you, from your perspective.
Planning board is going, I'm Mary Bergman, the planning board is going to review this start reviewing the citizen petitions on July 15th, I think. But special town, I mean, I would guess before the finance committee makes a decision would
And
be
when is that?
nice. I don't know when that is off the top of my head, but I think
It'll be close after I think it's around the end of the month.
the end of July.
I should
yeah,
know this, but yeah,
Yeah.
end of the month.
Yeah,
Because I think planning board has carved out a potential for a special meeting if required on the 25th or thereabouts. So what I would suggest, if it works
Yeah.
for you, is we target between the 15th and the 25th.
yeah.
And it would be
like-
subject to maybe a quick query to town admin on or we just look at the schedule and see what the deadlines are.
Just to you, Mr. Chair, I do know that town administration is looking for this board's recommendation
Yeah.
for or against. So
Yeah, and they didn't, I don't remember, so actually, that's a good point. Now, you remind me, Select Board had asked for this at one of their meetings. Do we know when they're reconvening? It'll be on their schedule, special town meeting schedule. So if you could key off that and work backwards by, say, if it's a Wednesday, maybe the Thursday before, or a Tuesday before, or maybe a week and a half before, so if there are material changes that you're willing to make, there's an opportunity to actually make them and get them to the select board in time to review.
Yeah.
Does that all make sense to you guys?
It does, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Also just say I'm here until 7 to read for Mickey until he.
I'm sorry, Mary, I didn't
I
hear
say
you.
I'm here till 7 to read for Mickey until he joins us on the screen.
Okay, okay. Holly?
thank you. Are we looking to schedule a separate meeting or the beginning of an
I'd
HTC
separate. I
meeting?
think we
Okay.
need to have just a special meeting. It can be maybe Thursday afternoon or,
Might not be in here.
and July 25th, I think, is actually Capcom I have in my mind, not FinCom, so. Yeah, and we can do it in the conference room. Okay, excellent. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Time well spent. Let's please move on to signs. Do we have somebody from sign committee to present?
Nikki.
Good afternoon, Nikki Sher for the record. Mr. Chair, we did not have a quorum this morning, unfortunately. I just wanted you to know, though, that there was one application that was time sensitive, and the chair had given them the option to come to the full board tonight, but I'm not seeing them online, so just wanted you to know that for the record. Not
Okay,
seeing them
thanks.
here.
And is this a sign that they've reviewed previously or no?
No.
Okay, so just for the record, guys, I'm very reluctant to review signs that the sign committee hasn't weighed in and made a determination for or against. We're really not set up to process those. It's not conducive to our time management of our primary objectives. There is a process in place for that, so even if they show, I would suggest that obviously emergencies aside, but my understanding was this was for a July 31st through August 5th pop-up, so I think there's some time, and they can please address it through the sign committee. We're going to move on to consents. Does anyone need to recuse?
I do.
I do.
Ray,
I do too.
Val, and Joe.
And me.
And Carrie, okay, so that's going to be me, Angus, Abby, and Connie. Thoughts on this? Consent?
Would this be the time to suggest taking one off?
Yes.
Number 7, 20 Ocean Ave, the cottage addition.
Number 7. So the motion would be to approve consent as submitted minus number 7, 20 Ocean Ave. Is that your motion?
So
Angus?
moved.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. So we'll pick up number 7 Ocean Ave after we get through consent with conditions. Let's see, who needs to recuse here? Val?
Yeah, well,
I got you on that.
Yeah.
I want to keep you out of that because you're recusing.
I do, but there's also a correction on the one that I need to, that's creating the recusal, number 18. The address should be 23 Sankaty, not 25.
Okay, so we'll make that. And Joe's recusing.
And I am.
So it's me, Abby, Angus, and Connie again.
Mr. Chair,
Ray, up?
I think I can be on this.
Okay, great. That you're,
Can I ask a question? Sorry, point of information. The number 7 on consent that was pulled, is that going to get reviewed after consent with conditions?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
If the applicant's agent is here and I see that.
Okay, great.
Okay, so what we're looking for is a motion here to, number 4, consent with conditions, exclude number 7 and 8, both 1 Windsor, and modify number 18, 25 Sankaty Head to read 23 Sankaty Head.
So moved.
Mr. Chair, I have a few to pull from that list.
Okay, so you're going to need to second the motion for discussion.
I will second the motion for discussion.
Okay, so Ray, since you made the motion, it'll be up to you if you want to pursue it or, because we can just vote. And if you don't want to, if you want to entertain an interceding here and have a couple pulled, then we can do that too.
Well, so I guess I would just, Angus, which ones do you want to pull?
4, 5, 15, and 16.
Okay, so-
Consent with conditions. 4.
So if I got this right, we're pulling 4, 5, 7, 8, 15, and 16. Is that correct?
Correct. And the overall, 4, 5,
And
7, 8, 15, and 16.
Yes. All right, so can I move for approval of all but those items with the stipulation that number 18 is changed from 25 to 23 Sankaty Head Road?
It's almost as if you were chair and you knew exactly what to say.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
On your motion, Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Let's see, Abby?
I,
And I'm an aye. Okay, so now we're going to try and masterfully walk through these. It's going to take a moment because people may not be here to present and staff may not have these at their fingertips, but let's see what happens. Ben, can you approach? We're going to take up Ocean Ave, 20 Ocean Ave, Cottage Edition.
Yeah, I'd like to make the recommendation that we track this building with the main house and hardscape applications because it'll go a lot faster and smoother if we hold.
Fair enough. Why don't we see what the board likes to do? Val, you're recused on this? Or no, you just put it on consent?
right.
Okay,
So it's both of them or just one of them?
just the Cottage Edition.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
I think it was a very small addition to a small building and that it was appropriate.
Okay, other than that, are you willing to follow the applicant's agent's recommendation?
Yes.
And would you make that motion?
Motion to have number 7 from consent, 20 Ocean Ave, to track with the main house.
So the cottage will track the
And-
main.
Yeah.
Thank you. And on your motion,
Aye.
it'll be regular board. Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you for making that relatively easy, Ben. We're going to move to 35 India, window door change. Carrie, you want to represent?
Sure.
Once it's up, I'm going to comment first because I was the individual who put it on consent, so just as a lead-in.
Thanks.
So the application is to reuse an existing window and shift it about 9 to 12 inches to the left on the east elevation, which is the side as you're looking at the building on the right. There's a little red arrow showing where it is. It's in a shed mass that was not part of the main historic mass, as far as I understand it. The other part of the application is to paint the front door yellow, Main Street yellow. And I didn't know any existed with the dark shutters and the yellow door until I actually looked left by random happenstance on Main Street as I was going home. Upper Main Street. I don't have a photo of it simply because I didn't realize this was going to be up so soon. But I can get you a photograph of it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I put this on consent. We're actually going to address the definition of consentable at our next meeting, because it's probably important we all use have the same meaning for what goes on consent. But that's just a teaser, so people tune in next week. 35 India, my definition of consent is it's consistent, it's not inappropriate with respect to the guidelines in building with Nantucket in mind, and obviously not against any of our rules and regulations. And number two, that I believe in good faith, a majority of the voting board would vote to approve. So the notation was for posterity, for the file, submit a closer up straight on image of the window. As the applicant's agent stated, it's reuse of an existing window relocated 6 to 12 inches. I did not feel that it would change the historic character of the structure nor the historic character and setting of the area. So that was my rationale. And Angus, since you called it, why don't you tell us what your concern is?
Thank you for clarifying that shed is not part of the original structure. Do you know when that was added? My
This
concern
whole
was
building
moving the window.
This whole building was added to, I believe it was 2003. They basically bought the property next door.
Really new.
Well, kind of, yeah. But yeah. So they did this shed piece, as far as I understand, and a whole back wing and a garage. You can't see them there. I'm standing right in front of the garage, but it's attached to the building as well. So, yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
No, that was my concern. I wanted to, so this week was a little bit different just because I got the consent like last minute. So I wanted to do a little research about the yellow door, but the concern was more about possibly a historic window moving where I thought that it was possibly unnecessary. And I no longer have any concerns.
Okay, would you like to address that in a motion?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, let's see, it'd be regular board on your motion, Angus.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to move to 39 Fair Street. And Holly, you're recording members and votes? Thank you so much. 39 Fair, Matt is not here, so what we'll do, since we initiated this is, and we haven't voted to move applications to the next meeting, or out of sequence, and it would be unfair to do so, is we'll hold this for representation. We don't need a motion, we'll just hold it for later in the meeting. And if someone would kindly remind me when Matt shows up if I forget. 1 Windsor, that will be the garage and the dwelling?
Yeah.
Val?
Yeah.
Okay, when you see it up, you know the drill.
You could probably consider these together.
I will, indulge you on that. Let's do
Okay.
it.
They were all one when they were in Monomoy. The garage was attached to the house. And it got moved out to Windsor, and the garage got detached and moved to the back of the lot and turned into a house without any, I don't think, permits. But they've been sitting first on cribbing for years, and then finally got set down on foundations, and no work has been done. They've been sitting there since 2017. The house from Monomoy was built in 1975. I provided the original plans that were in the file as evidence of that, and I just think they need to be demoed. They've been delayed.
So I just want to clarify, they are on consent with conditions, move off demo, and you are concerned about the advertising period?
I'm just asking if that was necessary, really.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Let's see. And Angus, you called these, why don't you, no? Oh, Val, you did,
Yeah, because
I'm sorry.
I wanted to see if you were willing to forego
gotcha. I hope this isn't one of those evenings I'm easily confused.
Mr. Chair?
Ray, would you like to comment on the move demo
That's not the right house.
That's very cool.
condition? And
That
then
one's
I'll-
already gone.
Oh,
I can actually speak, if that's okay on
Yeah, go
that.
ahead.
That was my request to Ray, and he actually agreed to have it as a move-off demo because we thought that that was pretty much standard when we have an application for a move-off demo. My rationale was because the fact that they're structures, it's not the foundation itself. But maybe that, let the building permit aspect take care of it. That was my only concern on
Sure.
that.
Okay.
Consistency.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Val, I think what I would just suggest is if they were moved there, but they weren't advertised for a move demo, conceivably, it
figured,
could be a requirement.
Given what we started with tonight, so,
Yeah, you're gonna have to advertise, but,
fine.
yeah,
It was worth asking.
okay, fair enough. So, with that said, do we have a motion to approve One Windsor garage and dwelling, subject to conditions, move off, demo approval?
So moved.
Thank you, Ray. On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
let's see, Abby,
I think I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and does that leave me? Me. Okay. That moves us on to, yeah. 16 North Beach Street, new shed and a shed demo. Val, these are yours, and Angus, you did call these, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Val, I'm sorry, they're not yours, but you represented, you put them on consent. So do we have a representative here? Ethan? No. So, let's see, I just want to see if he's, I do not see him in the short run of applications. Holly or Fiona, whoever is email, is it possible to canvass the application if you don't have his email address handy and send him an email and let him know that those have been pulled, and we would, it'd be wonderful if he could come in this evening if he's available.
Oh, he's way down
And Ethan, obviously, if you're home and you're making popcorn, put it in the microwave and come on in. Okay, so we'll hold those.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
through you?
Yeah.
Why was that controversial, or why did we pull it off?
I'd rather hold
Oh,
just
okay.
procedurally until the applicant's agent's here,
Okay,
so as not to be potentially perceived as prejudicing anything.
okay.
I don't anticipate there's any issues, but if there were, we'd be in a bad spot. That is going to move us to old business, Town of Nantucket, 19 Waite Drive, and that was last heard June 18th. And the board is Ray, who's chairing. I'll just announce the board since I'm here, Ray.
Yeah, that's great.
Myself, Abby, Val, And who was the alternate who activated, Joe?
Yes.
Joe. Over to you, Ray.
Thank you. Okay, so I honestly forget the person's name who's repping this, but they're in the queue.
Patrick.
Patrick?
I think so.
Yep, he's there.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, we also have a colleague of his, Jillian, who's on here on the Zoom, and she, I believe, is going to share her screen.
Okay, so now a few things to Patrick and Jillian before we begin. One, the way that we normally submit revisions, we bubble the revision so it's very clear to all of us commissioners reviewing what has changed and what has not since the previous submission. So now, I know that you're going to walk us through what the revisions are, but I want it to be brief because we're all very familiar with this project. Thank you.
Understood.
Mike's yours.
Yeah, the real
Thank you.
drawings are on page 90.
So as you can see, we have made some slight modifications to the site plan that you saw last time. We did overlay the current shrubbery and growth trees that are existing on the rear line of the property. So in a later rendering, you will see that the current shrub and vegetation has been imposed in to give a more realistic view of what the rear of the building is gonna look like. Next page. Could you skip ahead to the elevations? So as you can see in this first elevation, the major change that we wanted to incorporate into this meeting was one, the siding and overall fenestration has gone from a corner boards to a shaker style, as you would call it, with a flared belly band and bottom band. And then we've also adjusted the front roof, the front porch to be a hip roof, consistent with the rest of the building. Next slide. For this initial pass, we have not made modifications to this side entryway, but we've presented an optional rendering at the end. We were grappling with how to resolve this issue, and we think we've come up with a good solution that we'll get to at the end of the package. If you can skip ahead. And here is the front elevation.
Excuse me, sorry, Patrick, I can't hear you. Mr. Chair, through you, we can't hear.
Oh, interesting, because I can hear just fine.
Sorry, one moment.
That's better.
Is that better?
Yes.
Sorry about that, everybody. So as you can see here, the two changes I just discussed were the siding with the flared shingle corners, as well as the updated front hip roof over the front porch. As part of this change, we also removed the upper freeze board and lower water table. As well as to the front porch, some modifications that were made where we added a lower beam, which raised the overall roof structure and brought the upper portion of the roof closer to the bottom of the windows. You can skip ahead to the next slide. These are just two other perspectives. As you can see in the upper perspective, it's coming up Watt Drive. It'll probably be the primary view. And then coming from Amelia, the rear view, and we've included the vegetation to show how it's going to impact the view of the building. And if you skip ahead. We wanted to show for reference, as it was discussed, there was some opinion on the siding remaining with corner boards for removing the belly band. So we wanted to show that as a secondary option for reference mostly. And then skip ahead. And this is again just for reference comparing the two perspectives of the roof overhang. And then if you could skip ahead once more. And then here is our attempt to add some additional massing to this, what would be considered potentially a primary access for the users, as well as covering the front ramp. We wanted to mirror some of the same detailing of, on the lower level, creating a faux porch that would shield the ramp. And then on the upper level, it would provide an additional covered outdoor area for the tenants. And I know you're all very familiar with it, so I pretty much just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Holly, do you have anything to say on this one?
I just wanted to mention, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the no banding and the cottage corners. I think that's very helpful, and appreciate the porch hip and the side porch. I think that reads a lot better, so no concerns.
Okay, Holly, thank you. So again, board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, Joe Paul, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks.
First and foremost, I appreciate the modifications. I think they are, by and large, very successful. The major modification I would suggest as being more appropriate is the presentation of the second floor it appears to be very tall and out of proportion to the lower floor. And I think by raising, can we go to the front elevation that shows the porch, the perspective that shows the, let's see, from the Old South side?
I think it's page 95.
Yeah, there it is. If you could zoom in on the lower. So this actually address all three of my comments. The flare I would suggest to address this matter would be raised to above the fascia faux beam on the front porch. That'll also address some technical construction issues. The second element that is a concern is the kind of faux hip where the gable was over the front entry. I think that it's not pronounced enough to be worthwhile, and it will look unfortunately gimmicky in real life because we won't be looking at it as we do in the two-dimensional drawing where it looks great. And the third element is to remove the balusters on all the first floor covered porches and ramp. You can get by with a handrail and a guardrail. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you very much. Who's next?
I'll go. This is
Joe.
Joe Paul. On page 95, I think it is, of 99, it's the one, there you go. This is the hip roof comment. So the precedent image in the bottom left corner, and this is to Stephen's comment, that hip comes forward, I don't know, it looks like maybe 2 feet, and there's actually columns there. So if you have the room to do it,
Yes.
that hip, I think, should come out, and the porch potentially jogs, and you end up with an extra set of columns, as I agree with Stephen's comments. And I would extend the stair between those columns so that those railings, if you have the railings, they die into the post. Although Stephen's suggestion of removing all the railings, I support as well. So then I think you would just have the stairs fill up that space. And I think that would signify the front entry better. I also agree with Stephen's comments regarding the flare and elevating that. And then on the side elevation that faces the parking lot, I think you had an alternative there where the porch is actually expanded. And that to me is appealing versus that stacked porch that was hyper-focused on those two doors. This seems like it has a little bit more, no pun intended, depth to it. It just, it feels more in scale with the building. So, and I think will be helped by the elimination of the first floor railings. Those are my comments.
Okay, Joseph, thank you. Val, Abby.
I also appreciate the changes. I like the version of the front porch that's not got the hip back on the sides. I also like the larger porch on the south, is it south? Can the lattice under the stairs be natural to weather instead of white? And overall, I think it's improved. I just still have concern about the scale of this, where it's going.
Okay, Val, is that it?
Yep.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, so I had concerns about the front door and the columns too, because I felt the columns really didn't relate to the architecture. And I think if we, as others have said, if we were to bring that forward and have an extra pair of columns, then the roof would make more sense. This is a question, like, I thought there was going to be a fascia strip under the second floor eave going around the top. I can't tell if that's there or not.
It's not.
It's been removed, yes. When we removed the corner boards, we removed that upper fascia, freeze board.
So, I would like to see that fascia, just under the eave to give it a little more heft, or sort of an architectural detail. I'm not sure about the, balustrade in the front. I think it looks a little thin, and maybe if it wasn't there at all, that would read better. On the, perspective drawing where we're looking at the outside, sort of emergency stairs.
Yep.
If we could go to that. Yeah, I mean, that does still has sort of a tenement, look to it. If we could, I had suggested sort of shingling in at least the first floor or something to take away that, those columns on top of columns or porch on top of porch, to take away that apartment look. I think that would be a plus. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Okay, so I might be, in fact, I'm pretty sure I'm in the minority on, I actually prefer this building with corner boards rather than the shingle flare. But if we are doing the shingle flare, Stephen and Joe have both said that it needs to be raised up, and I completely agree with that statement. Agree with Abby on the reintroduction of the freeze board up underneath of the eave on the second floor. It's lacking without it. Agree on the concerns that have been voiced regarding the entry portico. And my question, I guess, is if you can't pull that out like by some meaningful amount and have a second set of columns, if you can't pull it out, let's say 18 inches to 2 feet because of setbacks or whatever, then I suggest just plain old getting rid of it and just running the porch across, because right now it's really very applique looking. Agree with Val on the lattice versus white board underneath, white vertical board underneath of the stairs. And agree with, I believe, Stephen and a few others on the need for the railing. I don't think that you need to have all this railing on that front porch. That's it for me.
Can we go to a site plan, please?
Are you going to look at the setback, Stephen?
Yeah, I thought
I believe we do have room to extend that overhang. The stairs protrude out. We can match the depth of the stairs with an additional, 8-inch, 12-inch overhang. So we can accommodate that with our setbacks.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for that. Now I'm going to interrupt Stephen only for a second to say that if you are going that route, then the additional concern I would have is that the column should align, if we're looking at the front elevation, with the corners of where it's rebated.
Yeah.
Instead of, you made it small. First it was too big. Now it's too small. It's like the Three Bears thing. Those columns should really be out where where there's the rebate in the building. And then that would make the whole roof above it more substantial. Sorry, Stephen, you go.
Yeah, no, Ray, that's fine. I appreciate that comment. For me, the concept of 8 inches it's not significant enough. Did you say 8 or 18?
I meant 8 past the face of the stair, so it would probably bring out the whole projection probably 2 feet out from the rest of the roof.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably significant enough for my concerns. Ray, you were talking about sliding the post left and right to where the jog in the building is?
Yeah, just so that
Okay.
right now, it's almost like I want to have that hipped roof, which is drawn, by the way, at the same pitch as the regular roof. And I think I mentioned before, it should be the pitch of the roofs on the second floor so that it has some more substance to it. Right now, it's just sort of laying on top of the shed roof. That's
Okay.
it.
So my only comment there is I would suggest that if we move to approve, that they would have the latitude to kind of slide those to one side so that either the left or the right column aligns with the corner of each jog. So it may be that the columns actually align, the outside face of each column, so the leftmost face of the left column and the rightmost face of the right column may align basically with the inside edge of the jogs, so that, and what I believe is driving that is, what does the roof mass look like? I know it's only a matter of, a few more inches, but I think it may make a difference in the presentation, given the kind of location relative to the second floor jog. So that would be my only concern, and I'm wondering if you've got any thoughts on that, Ray, and then I'm going to send it over to Abby before I'd like to make a motion.
So
Oh, you're gonna-
just
Okay.
one
Yeah.
more concern about the side lights. In the rendering, the perspective rendering, they're shown without any panes. And in the other one, they're shown as the other drawing of the same front, they're shown as just glass. Which are you proposing? Are the side lights have panes, or are they like a modern one piece?
I believe in our last presentation, you said we wanted to eliminate the panes, so I apologize it didn't get reflected in the line drawing, but it is meant to be shown in the rendering, yes.
Excuse me for interrupting, but no, we don't eliminate the panes. We add them.
Yeah, the lights, I apologize.
Yeah.
Yes. So we would have single lights as side lights with no
Okay, to
interior.
match the.
Yes.
As in the prior? Patrick, as in the prior submission?
On the prior submission, it had divided lights for the side lights, and in this one, I think it should have been addressed that we were going to remove those lights and have it be a single open panel.
No,
Yeah.
The opposite.
no, that's moving in the wrong direction. I
that
think
was- okay, apologies.
anyone on this board would approve this version, whoever's got the
Okay.
joystick there,
Sorry.
versus the one that you showed most recently.
Okay, understood. I apologize.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, just check, see if anyone else has any further comments before I make a motion.
Anybody?
I was just,
I'm going to get yours.
oh, okay, never mind.
So I'm going to make a motion for an Exhibit A.
Okay.
Would you accept any comments from the public?
Ray, Tobias is here. I'd like to know if he can comment.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure. Well, I just meant relative to me. I started a motion, but I don't have a concern.
I would, just a general comment, I go up and down Amelia Drive all the time, and I'm just not familiar with like any hipped roofed building on that street, it's kind of an odd thing to fit in on Amelia Drive. I just can't think of a lot of hipped roofed buildings in the Mid-Island. Just a thought.
Hey, Tobias,
Normal.
I think I'm going to answer that for you. So hipped roofs are a solution that we've been using if we have a building like this that's like, housing for employees where cost is a consideration. They want to have a full 2 stories, but we don't want to see a bunch of gable ends because they're just too tall and too imposing. So this is a large building, which we're kind of accepting rather than having multiple smaller buildings. And so the hipped roof for us is, I actually think it works. There are other hipped roofs around. Hopefully that answers the question, or the concern, I should say.
Thanks, Ray. Otherwise known as the new normal when it comes to oversized structures for
Yeah,
housing.
yeah.
Yeah, so the condensers, I just want to clarify, we've got we've got a whisper campaign going on.
Yeah, I noticed.
We want to confirm that Patrick, through Mr. Chair, the condenser's going to be enclosed at the rear of the structure, and they will be in some type of a natural to weather wood enclosure. Is that what's
Correct.
shown?
Yes, I believe what to mirror the lattice under the stairwell, we enclosed it with a lattice here as well. And if you'd like that to be natural, we can have that be natural as well.
Okay, so we'll actually take one step further in the Exhibit A, and that'll be a V-groove or
Yes.
a four square side board with a number 2 cap on it.
Okay.
A little more solid, and it'll help the neighbors with sound reverberating and bouncing off the walls.
Easily accomplished, yes.
There. Okay, so can we start with the front elevation, and I'll go through Exhibit A and make sure I've got everything?
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, because I think there's going to be a number of components to the Exhibit A. Is this something that we could impose upon our fellow board member, Mr. Joe Paul, to do for us?
Well,
I was actually going to, do you mind? I was actually just going to mod it up and have you chair the
Oh, you
next
were?
one.
Okay. Well, whatever. I just want to make sure
Unless
that
you
it's
want to do
very,
it.
very properly
no,
done.
I actually wouldn't support an Exhibit A. I think there's enough little changes, and we've got 99 pages of drawings. I would love to see a finished set of north, south, east, and west with all of these tweaks. There's enough minor ones, and we're talking about some nuances with respect to the columns and the front entryway and roof pitch, and they're just confusion about side lights, and it makes me nervous. So I wasn't going to vote in favor of the Exhibit A, but I assumed it would pass, so I definitely don't want to draw it.
Thanks, Joe. We don't have what, I'm sorry?
We don't have the most current one in small size.
Okay, so given a couple of things. One, I think this is a significant enough project, Mr. Chair, that I would revise my motion to a motion for revisions, and I'll list the revisions.
Yeah.
And that's part of why I'd want to do that. And the other is we don't actually have the most recent hard copy to mod up. So the revisions will be to add a freeze board around, proportionately correct freeze board around the second floor eaves, to raise the flare to just above the faux beam fascia on the covered porch. This is around the entire building. To eliminate the balustrade on the first floor, to widen the, to increase the depth of the hip entryway connected to the covered porch, and by a minimum of, make it a minimum of 2 feet, and to extend the post width to the left and the right to obscure in the elevation view the jog, and that may be, take a look at it apropos prior discussion. And
Sidelights.
the side lights on the door to go back to the previously proposed, which are half height, and the second floor windows, we haven't discussed as a group, but those, can we zoom in on the second floor windows over the front door? A little bit more. Take it up 3 clicks. One more. To make these 3/3 versus 6/6.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then can we zoom out and go to the next elevation? Yeah, got rid of those. The treatment under the stairs to be natural to weather. And again, the balustrade removed on the first floor. Next elevation. The larger version, I'm sorry. The larger version porch, second floor. And next elevation. The enclosure, utility enclosure to be either V-groove or 4 square, same height with a type 2 cap, natural to weather. Next elevation. That's good. And then we would like to see the, I believe we haven't spoken about it at this meeting, but I believe it's relevant and it's been discussed in the past. We'd like to see the site plan to indicate the street trees that are shown so that they would be included as a mitigating measure of the mass of the structure. So in the site plan view, we want to have those called out by a caliper. I would suggest 3.5-inch minimum, and deciduous tree, and that note that they are part of the application of the structure, and they're included as a mitigation measure. And that would all be a little tiny note on the site plan.
Yep.
And did I miss anything?
I don't know. how
Well,
you
I was
remember-
going to say, Stephen,
Great.
there's your motion plus anything else that Stephen forgot to say.
Yeah. Just don't call me at 4 a.m. to find out what I
Exactly.
forgot.
Okay,
Can I have a Could I have a quick
Go on.
clarification on just 2 of the items with the upper frieze fascia? Would you like the top of second floor windows to tie into that?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I was
And
gonna
then for the
mention that,
front portico hip roof, would you like that to be the same pitch as the rest of the front porch as I
Yes.
believe is a
Oh,
412?
no,
Okay.
same pitch.
No,
as
that's
the
right. That's
two-
why I wanted to clarify 712 then.
Yes, because what
Okay.
you have it at now is like a 4, which is ridiculously low. Yeah.
So
Yes.
let's get if we may, through you, Mr. Chair, get a clarification on one of the clarifications. Can we go to any of the elevations, two-dimensional drawings, and zoom in to the eave area and a window, a typical window height casing, top casing? Look, yeah, take it up a couple more clicks.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so that's not a full shingle course. Oh. Yeah, I would suggest that take a look at that, if it's the full height from the bottom of the soffit to the top of the casing, and it looks a little bit too meaty
Oh,
to maybe lower.
We have that drawn. Just you go to the corner board option, it shows the frieze board detail.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's an important detail. There's so much freeze on
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah,
So
I
you
think
didn't
that-
raise the
I'm sorry.
windows, you just made the frieze thick.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So if we want to shrink the size of the frieze and still have some type of upper trim header that then sits under it, I don't.
All right.
That's
I'm
what-
gonna
it's
make
just my clarification.
I'll make a suggestion if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please do.
So have the frieze terminate 1/4 of an inch below the top casing. You're going to need to pad that out with minimum 3/4 to get your shingle course in there for rain protection. Go ahead and put a piece of, 1/5 in there, and you'll be able to overlap very slightly that head casing. To me, you need that depth there. Having those flush is not a good weather connection, number one, but number two, aesthetically, it just looks very odd. So
Okay.
that would be my suggestion.
So reduce the depth of what we're showing here of the frieze and have a header that is a smaller, a thinner profile than the frieze. And understood.
I'd keep the head casing as it is and then fill with a frieze in between, but
Yes.
noting that the frieze will be proud of the head casing
Yes.
and
Yes.
Correct.
a shorter depth.
Right.
Yes.
Okay? Does anyone have
Understood.
concerns about that?
No, and I'm glad you brought it up, frankly.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay, so that is your motion, correct, Stephen?
It is, and Patrick, we're at
It's a-
5:05 and
No,
5:02 in the
Patrick, stop.
meeting.
It's actually Parker, by the way.
Oh, Parker, I'm sorry. I forgot something. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Pat.
Parker, we're sorry we've been calling you Patrick.
It's okay. I get it a lot. I get Peter and Patrick.
At least to get through this application.
Okay. So I'm gonna send this to a vote. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thank you. And
Thanks, Joe.
now we're on to new business. Stephen, and you're back to chairing.
Thank you all.
Back to sharing, baby. Do you want this?
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, we're going to jump back to, let's see.
Ah.
Emeritus is here, Matt, Mr. McEachern. Yep, thank you, Holly, saw him. So we are going to go back to number 4, consent with conditions header, number 5, 39 Fair Street, deck expansion, color change. Matt, when you're ready. So Matt, what we're going to do here is you're going to do a brief presentation. Ray will speak on this because he put it on consent, and then I believe Angus called it. He will comment with his concern, and if the concern's been addressed because it was informational or a misunderstanding, we'll move right to a motion. If we need to have discussion, then we'll open it up for discussion and have Holly involved in that level. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I saw it on consent, so I'm a little, oh, okay, sure. So this is just a replacement of a rear deck and expanding it. It's on the rear of the property. It's an existing deck, and we're just basically increasing the size of it. So I think the drawings are fairly self-explanatory.
Well, and we're
so-
changing the foundation color, right?
Oh, yeah, and the foundation color, I apologize. Yes, that too.
Yeah.
Okay, Ray, do you want to just comment, I think it's self-evident what your concerns were, and otherwise it was consentable?
Yeah, well, I actually didn't have any great number of concerns. The fact that this deck was enlarged on the back of the building. Holly and I were a little bit back and forth on the color, which was specified as, which green was it, Matt?
Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter. Okay. Now, in my little world, Hunter green and Essex green, particularly when Essex green is mixed with a little bit of black, which is what a lot of people do for foundation planting, they're basically the same color. So that was, and right now the foundation is white, and not that my own personal opinion in this case matters. I don't love the white on white look. So I don't mind. Well, I actually think that these dark green foundations are quite nice. So, and it's appropriate, or at least it's appropriate if it matches our Essex green, which is an approvable color on the foundation. And that was my rationale.
Thank you, Ray. Angus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The color change I was fine with. I thought that was an improvement. It was just the building with Nantucket in mind discourages raised decks. And so to have one and then enlarge it in a 1845 house, I wasn't sure how visible this would be from Tattle Court, but that was my concern. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Angus.
I could
Matt?
speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Like, quick, and then we're going to go to Holly.
Sure.
Just-
So
we're gonna open
it's
it
an
up.
existing elevated deck. It is on the rear of the property. I don't think there's high visibility of this at all.
Okay, and then just another point of clarification. what's the extent of the, I didn't preview this because Ray did. What's the extent of the extension?
I think it's in the range of about 7 feet.
7 by the width?
The overall width of the deck, sorry, it's probably about 4 feet, 4 to 5 feet in width, and then about 7 feet in depth.
Okay, so
or
we're,
front
you
to
know,
back.
under 30. Okay. Let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, as Ray had mentioned, I had more concerns on the color, but I understand that rationale. And I really and truly, I mean, this is actually a little bit older than the date that's on the application. We have an updated survey, which we'll put in the file. But I didn't have concern due to the limited visibility. There is a photo that I believe is in the packet showing from Tal Court. If you could show that, Fiona, that'd be great. Where it shows, you could see the existing, no, there's a photo. You can scroll farther down. And I do note that while the existing rear deck, keep on going. The existing rear deck has vegetation on it, and maybe if there's, I know there's another photo in there, but maybe that could have additional vegetation to help screen further. Maybe that the commission would be so inclined for that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Angus, you voiced your concern. This is the regular board. Does anyone else have a concern?
I just have a question.
Me too.
Val and then Abby.
My question was gonna be, can the vertical boards be natural to weather rather than white? That was just a question.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Abby?
And how much further are you extending it than the existing?
So in this photograph, it's coming about 7 feet towards you, and then to the right of the stairs, it goes out about 5 feet.
Okay, so 7 and 5 feet, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Val, any concerns?
No.
Abby?
Let me come back to me.
Okay. Angus, you went. Ray, you went. Abby?
Oh, gosh. Could I just see a few more of these photographs? Could you scroll down so I could get, I don't,
Through you, Mr. Chair, those first 2 shots I think are pretty good. We actually worked on the house next door, and so the house adjacent to it, it's about 9 foot between the 2 buildings, and the property line has a specific angle to it. So I didn't, quite frankly, even know there was a deck back there. So I think that the visibility is minimal. And again, we wouldn't be requesting it other than the finished floor elevation is elevated. And so your outdoor space is kind of limited to that deck area.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Abby?
one more question. Could I see a site plan? Is there a site plan?
Yeah, site plan, please.
Because that might prove it for me. Okay. All right, that tells a lot. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Concerns?
No.
Okay. Can we go back to the images? This one. Can you zoom in on the left side of the structure? I'm more concerned about that line set, given the lack of visibility of the deck, but that's not part of the application. What would we like to do, folks? It would be something they could paint that with a marine cells, not to a particular vendor over another, but I know they have
You're a
a,
stockholder in Marine,
they
I
have a
get it. That's fine.
Krylon stainless mat,
Yeah.
and you can spray it and it
Great.
looks like
Yeah,
a shingle.
That was done prior to my involvement, but I could certainly recommend that.
Okay. Let's see, what do we want to do?
Motion to approve with the skirt board being natural to weather.
And the other conditions that Ray had,
I forgot what they were.
the color of the foundation,
The color of the foundation
And,
to be, what, Essex?
hunter green. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the page.
Well, we just wanted to make sure that Hunter Green was essentially Essex Green, which is the approvable color.
Okay, so what, Val, thank you, Ray, what I'd ask is the natural to weather and the foundation to be Essex green.
Yep.
Let's just keep it simple.
That's my motion.
Okay, on your motion?
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Abstain.
Angus,
Abstain.
and I'm a yes. So that carries 3 in favor, 2 abstentions.
you.
Abstentions, Angus and Abby for the record. That moves us on to number 15 and 16, consent with conditions, 16 North Beach Street, a new shed and a shed demo. And Ethan is here. Ethan, kind of similar, go ahead, quickly present. Val, put it on consent, she can state her rationale. Angus called it, he can state his rationale. We can establish if there's still a concern, and then we can move forward from there. Thank you.
So I think the first application is for a demo of this 80 square foot shed. It's, I think circa like 2003 or 2008, the building permit file wasn't super specific. There were 2 applications, and that's it. It seemed pretty straightforward.
Okay, Joe, why don't you sit, I'm gonna recuse.
Okay.
Who's chairing?
You are.
No.
No, Ray's
Wait, all right. Should I chair this?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I just heard that Stephen recused, and who's sitting?
Val, Abby, Angus, and Joe. And you.
Okay, yes, okay, great, thank you. So Ethan, go.
It's a 80 square foot shed, 2003 or 2008. We want to demolish it, replace it with another shed that's bigger.
Okay,
Except it's like 200 feet from the road. Seems
Okay.
acceptable, but
Yeah, and I put this on consent for that same reason, but I think all this consent condition is asking for is to put the date of construction on the application. So.
sure.
fine.
And I had corresponded earlier
Yeah.
this week with Holly to
Yeah.
that respect. You know, that we have the permit application that we included. But yeah, we're more than happy to put that date on there.
I had it on consent.
Okay.
Okay, so
comments from the board.
I think it's appropriate.
I'm happy to start since I'm the person.
Yes, thank you, Angus.
My concern was just to either reuse it or move it rather than demolish it.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes,
that was why it's also indicated as a move-off / demo, in addition to the date, so that way it's not a full demo if somebody is able to acquire it.
I'd
okay,
support a move-off demo.
all right,
There'll be a feeding frenzy over the shed.
Oh, yeah.
probably.
Everybody
We won't
needs a
get to
shed.
HTC again until
It's easy to
September, so-
move. I mean, seriously,
I do want to be clear on one thing. I agree, Joe, that you know, this A is very easy to move, and B, there's probably about a million people, including me, that would love to have this on their property. Now, should it come to pass that nobody wants it, we would be approving a move off / demo, which means that, you know, if there's no other recourse, that it would go out to the landfill. Is everybody clear on that? In other words, we are not approving it only as a move off. We are allowing the demolition component. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So is there a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve as a move-off demo. It could
Okay.
be
Now,
housing.
no, yeah, it could be housing. Did I just hear somebody else about to speak?
I
No.
try-
Okay. So there's the motion for a move-off demo. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, and did we pull the new shed for the same reason, or is the new shed,
No, Angus will say why he pulled it.
yeah, okay.
So my concern was the height in relation to the overall footprint, and thought that the eave could be, the eave plate could be lowered to the door header height. And also that it could possibly be instead of a 10-12 pitch, it could be an 8-12 pitch or 9, but something lower.
Okay, I think that sounds legit. Anyone else?
Well, again, I had put this on consent. I didn't think it was grossly too tall. It's like 14 feet and it's in the back. It could look sort of like an old garage or barn. It's very plain. So that was my rationale.
Okay. Right, anybody else?
I would say that the proportions seem to match the building, but, you know, I don't disagree with the idea that having these things be as diminished in height as possible is a good way to be working. But given it's so far back from the road and given the verticality of the existing house, the proportions of this seem to be in line.
Okay,
So,
Mr.
thank
Chair.
you. Yes, Holly, sorry.
Thank you. I did indicate to separate the windows from the door. As you can see, they're all together here. And then I have a little bird saying that we could also have a mud sill, which I agree with, to lower the height. So just a recommendation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think I'm gonna send it back to Ethan. You know, you've heard some concerns, Ethan. To what degree do you think you'd be able to accommodate some of those?
Sure, thank you. We could lower, I think it's got like a 9-foot plate so they can get a little storage on either side and hang bikes on the gable end, but like, I guess we can squeeze a foot out of it for sure. There's no mud cell. I mean, this is gonna be on piers. We match the proportion, like Commissioner mentioned, of the existing house. That's where the 10 pitch came from. Ultimately, we just want to move this along though, so.
Okay, so it sounds like of all the things that have been put forward as possible ways to mitigate the impact of this, the one that you can do without too much fanfare is to drop the plate. Is that correct?
Correct. If we want to drop the eave down to align with the head casing of the doors and windows, I think we can do
Well,
that.
I personally would love that. Now, so is somebody willing to make a motion with that revision?
I can, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
To approve as submitted with the eave lowered to the head casing of the doors.
Per Exhibit A.
Perfect. All right, Angus, thank you. On the motion, Val. Let's see, Abby,
Yep, I'm an aye.
Joe?
I did like the separated windows from the door, but
Okay, the motion is just to drop, so I think we'll leave it at that. So Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
And Abby, where were you on this?
I'm an aye.
Oh, okay, all right. I think I got everybody except myself, and I'm in favor, so that motion does carry. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
All right, so is Stephen in the room?
Thank you, Ray. All right, so now we are on to our regularly scheduled new business, number 6, new business of 514. Ben, good evening.
Good evening.
Why don't you walk us through this quickly, and we'll see if we can go from there.
Great, so we're at 27 Rugged Road. This is a 2-acre lot, heavily forested, undeveloped at the current moment. The owner planted about 20 years ago incredibly tall, or evergreen strip along the property line and then the east facing line. So there's very mature trees along the property line. The front of the building is about 200 feet off the property line, so it's very deep in the forest. There's a meandering driveway that brings you into the forest to this development, or not development, but housing area. So the intent is that this is a very private property, ideally not visible from the road. Architecturally, the buildings are all natural to weather cedar, roof, siding, trim, black sash. So any visibility you may see through the forested area is going to be of a natural tone. So I think this is literally an invisible project. About a month ago, the garage, gym building, and hardscape were approved under consent. So we're here just talking about the main house. And with that, I think visibility is sort of the point here.
Thank you, Ben. Can we go to the elevations, please?
And I'm happy to speak on the architecture, but I think visibility is really the point.
Okay. Any questions for Ben at this time?
I have one.
Val?
What is the thing over the front door? Is it open?
It's it'll be roofed, but it's an open gable form. Again, natural to weather, but there's no like horizontal beam on it, so it's very.
And what's the roof?
The roof is cedar.
The roof of the portico is cedar?
Well, the roof of the portico within the kind of beam sections, I think it's labeled, but that'll be, what's it called? Lead-coated copper.
Okay.
But again, it's natural, again, it's 200 feet off the road in a forest. I don't think anybody will ever see this.
Thank you, Ben. Ray, did that answer your question?
It did. Yeah.
Does anyone else have questions? I suggest we just go to a view and pick this up next Tuesday, beginning of the meeting. It's going to tell us everything we need to know. There's atypical design elements here, whether they're visible or not, is going to hinge upon visibility from the street, and we can go from there with any type of condition we would want. But I don't think it's fair to the process to be commenting on this until we have a better idea of what's visible and what isn't, given the distance from the street. Does anyone have a concern with that? Does anyone have a material concern with that?
No.
No.
Can I get a motion to hold for review and to pick this up at the beginning of the meeting next Tuesday?
So moved.
Okay. Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
And this is the regular board. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Hey, Ben, is the driveway cut in?
No,
Okay, so we don't even know where that is.
it's a large site. I mean, I walked
Yeah.
it over the winter to do this.
Yeah, we can orient.
If I could speak as an abutter, this property, you will never see the house. I think the concern for the HDC would be the driveway, kind of hardscaping. This is a rural area. That would be my only thought.
Okay, thanks, Tobias. I don't want to go too deep into that because we're kind of out of order here. Thank you, though. So that's on a view. It'll be heard next Tuesday. That moves us to 16 Paul Jones Road, deck hardscape. Robbie? Oh, did we not vote? No, we voted.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we voted. You trying to trip me up, girl.
No.
Doesn't take much. Robbie, when you're ready.
Okay, yes, this is a deck and a hardscape application in portion to a swimming pool that was approved on consent back in February. And this application was on the consent agenda a couple of weeks ago when that whole block of consent items was put back into the regular agenda. I'm only assuming, and I brought in the design of the swimming pool so that if anyone had any questions and if Holly couldn't bring it up, the owner sent me the.
Robbie, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but could you kindly direct staff to proceed through to what sheet you'd like us to be looking at?
Oh, sure. For my application, you can scroll down. I think there's only 2 sheets. There's the cover sheet right there. It shows the context of the backyard. Photographs from the front, the back. That's Paul Jones Road.
Oh, getting dizzy.
Yeah, that's the east elevation. Okay, there's like a 5-foot topographic change in the backyard. So the swimming pool was approved that the back southeast corner was 5 feet out of grade. The deck in the pool coping is flush with the main portion of the yard, which is on the westerly boundary, which you can better see in the site plan, which would be the cover sheet. Sheet number 1, scroll up. That's the south view. There's the site plan. So the topo slopes from the retaining wall, the hooked retaining wall, that slopes down to the right. And I can only assume that the swimming pool was initially approved because of lack of visibility. And why the deck and the hardscape was not part of the original pool application and approval, I was not part of that.
Okay, let's see, questions for Robbie other than, well, let's start with that. Concerns? Regular board.
I think it's fine looking at it with the pictures and everything. Maybe the concern was we didn't know what exactly was going on, so he just explained that. There's, no bubbles or anything. And I think I thought well, I don't know why it dropped, but the pool, I thought was part of this.
There wasn't anything to bubble.
So it's a new structure with this is a new.
The deck was approved, or excuse me, the swimming pool was approved without any deck or hardscape to it.
So the differentiation, I think, is that this is a new structure to be constructed.
Yeah.
And so you didn't bubble the deck because it's all new, but I think what Val is saying, just for the purpose of clarity, and people at home are watching, is to bubble in the particular element that's being reviewed and maybe just indicate this isn't existing and new, this is new and new, but this is what we're talking about in the bubble.
Okay, but the building's there, so that's why I was confused. It's
The
okay.
blue is the pool, the blue is approved, the surrounding lounge chairs, the deck, and the retaining wall, the steps down to the fire pit are new.
And don't use blue pools, it makes them look way bigger than they are. Just saying.
That's a tiny pool.
Okay, let's just move on to concerns.
So could I
Abby?
clarify? Robbie,
Yes.
you said the coping around the pool and the pool itself are what we're going to talk about now, or they're already approved?
They were approved.
The pool was approved.
We're just looking at the deck, folks. Can
Yeah.
we go to the elevations again? The images show that it's not visible. Val commented to that effect, so it's Abby, Angus, and Ray.
So it's just the deck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen, I can go.
Ray? Yeah, please.
I have no concerns.
Okay. Angus?
Neither do I.
Abby?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm good.
Did you preview this, Abby?
No,
Okay. Do you want me to activate an alternate?
no, Okay, yeah, activate an alternate.
Okay. Carrie?
I'm fine with it. There's a huge wetland right behind it, so nobody's going to be seeing this.
Okay. What we'd like to do, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted, now that we know what it is.
Okay, let the record reflect that Abby served on it as an alternate role, and Carrie was activated, and on your motion, Val?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Carrie? Aye. And I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you. Good night.
everyone. It's 5:30, we're on number 2 of our regularly scheduled new business meeting, so I'm gonna ask, after we break for, we're gonna do 35 Center, and then we'll break. And I'm just gonna ask everybody to please try to keep it to what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, typical, atypical, and we'll go from there in our guidelines. Tobias? Yes, thank you for reminding me. Let the record reflect, Connie has recused.
Okay.
Thank you, members of the board. This building is born and bred. We're proposing on doing solar on the 2 side elevations. The client is Remain Nantucket. There are 2 large masses on either side of this building that screen it quite significantly. It's a dark roof, black roof. And I think it is, appropriate in line with your other recommendations. Happy to answer questions, also happy to work with the board to, help facilitate something, fitting in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tobias. Questions at this time?
I do.
Val?
Do we have solar panels going in different directions, Tobias?
There are the proposals to do a row in a different direction, the focus being that way it fills up the mass actually quite nicely. And we focused on, there is one element you can see on the on one of the elevations, there is that jagged element, but that will be way at the back of the building. So you literally cannot see that point. Yeah, thank you, on that south elevation.
Anything else at this time? Okay, any other questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the structure was built after the Great Fire of 1846, circa 1850. And I want to note that there should be the dates of construction on these applications. With this being a historic structure in the OHG, I think a view is needed. I didn't see on the application, there's a black roof, Tobias, through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Just, we want to make sure that those are indicated on the application. I tried to see it anywhere and I didn't see it. So that's good. But I do think that looking up and seeing what that's going to look like off of the structure would be helpful. And I also did want to bring a point that while you all have approved some solar throughout the OHD, I think, this would be probably one of the first ones in this area of the core. So, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mary, were you going to speak? Is she still here? No? Is Mickey online?
No, oh.
Huh, that's interesting. Okay, so let's see, Ray.
So this is a deja vu moment because if not last week, then the week before, we were reviewing solar on the roof of what is essentially the Mitchell's building, at the corner of Main Street and Orange. And if memory serves me, the result of that was that we were going to put some faux panels up, particularly at the edge closest to where the public view would be. And I would suggest doing the similar thing here.
Thank you. With that said, and Holly's comment, I would like to just move this along to a view with some type of a mock-up, maybe, if you can do that.
Yes, happy to do that. I think my feedback would be, on this building, it's easier for us to do a mock-up. We could put like maybe a row of panels up, so you could see the profile. You wouldn't see, where it further extends, but it would give you a sense of that. Also, I know it's a separate application. On the Mitchell's building, there are some vent pipes that we were going to move. So we had just talked about how we're going to do a mock-up without, we'd have vent pipes where we were going to move them. We can't move them until we put the solar in, obviously. So I think this would be a great place for you to see it. It's a little more visible than the Mitchell's building, potentially. There's just not a big tree there. So happy to do a mock-up on that building for you. And
Okay.
We'll I think last time Ray mentioned, once we get the mock-up, it'll go on a week from that agenda, so.
Yeah.
Correct.
That works. Ray, would you like to make that motion, please?
Sure. Let's move to put up some mock-up panels, and I would say that they should probably be on the edge closest to Center Street, just so that we're getting like the full impact of what we would be approving. That's my motion.
Okay, and it'll get picked up the week after?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, carries unanimously. So we're going to take a 9.5-minute break, and we will pick up just a little bit around 5:46-ish, I guess. Are we good with that?
Yep.
Thank you. Pizza's here. Dinner, HCC.
He didn't get any.
There was one thing that came up, but it's helped for viewing, but it was probably,
Yeah, they were, you know,
All right, folks, back in business. We're half a minute late. We're picking up 55 Easton Street, Hardscape Pergola. Julie's here. Good evening, Julie.
I don't usually use a
Pergola,
microphone or need one.
pergola. Why don't you walk us through it?
All right, so Julie Jordan for the applicant at 55 Easton Street. This is a Sears kit house from the 50s. It's across from the White Elephant and the neighborhood's very hedged. So we're proposing hedging consistent with the neighborhood. A natural bluestone patio on the east side and on the west side, one on the east side with a pergola and surrounded by gardens and oak hedging to, this is one of those places that kind of has a big elevated deck because of the floodplain. So I'm trying to reduce the height of the house being raised and that big expansive deck by adding a hedge of oaks on the east side and adding the pergola covered in vines and a patio there. We're redirecting the stairs. They had kind of a strange landing and a return that was a little odd, but the deck will be planted all around and the patio will be planted all around. And the foundation will be very deep planted. All these beds are 5 feet around the foundation. And let's see, what else? The client is hoping for a built-in barbecue masked by plantings at the base of the chimney, not in the chimney, just below the chimney. And on the west elevation, there's a small terrace for private relaxing and outdoor shower, after beach rinse off. So I'm gonna, let you guys have comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this time?
Oh, I would like to just, through the chair, just say I'm open to styling because the house is a little different in its styling. So like the pergola and gates and fences, like we're open to feedback.
So we've got a little latitude to work.
Yeah, I just want to know it's not set.
No, I appreciate you sharing that. It's nice to know where there's some flexibility if it's necessary. Any questions for Julie? Okay.
Is the
Holly?
driveway
Oh,
part of this
Abby,
application?
is the driveway part of this application?
Driveways as it's always existed, so
Little preening, but
it
nothing
is
new.
part of the landscape, so.
Okay.
But yes, but it is as exists.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1912 Radford bungalow kit house, so it's a little older than that. It's called Windward, and you all approved an addition, resilient Nantucket design guideline structure. So we want to make sure that those are on the application. And for this structure, I think a brick would be more appropriate. Brick was there previously and is historic to the site. I think bluestone is not appropriate and it needs to be less formal. The plans call for the reconfigure of the stairs. This warrants elevations and revisions to the previously approved addition. If you remember correctly, you all opined on this application in depth, rightfully so. This is a very important structure down on Brant Point. The built-in grill is not appropriate to be seen from the public way, so it should be screened. Glad to hear that's the plan. The existing driveway is, as it stands, my understanding is brick, or is that gone?
Shell.
It's
There's nothing there now.
okay. So historically, it was brick, and with that, the plan indicates shell. A apron would be required per zoning bylaw. So with that, I would recommend the brick to go back. Maybe not the full expanse as shown of the shell. So that needs to be shown. And I had a question regarding the gates, if they're natural to weather.
Natural to weather, yeah.
Awesome. Glad to hear that, and glad to hear that the trellis is natural to weather. I think the gate detail with the trellis is a little atypical, so I'm glad to hear that there's, some room for changes. I think that needs to be looked at a little bit more of something that's recommended with building with Nantucket in mind, like a typical cap picket. And then I just wanted to mention I know we have our resilient Nantucket design guidelines. It also goes into materials. I think a little bit impervious there, but I think brick would be more appropriate overall. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Holly, do we have any abutters in the audience or online?
Through the chair, though, I would.
Hold on one second. I just want to, okay. And then, do we have Mickey, Mary?
Agree with what Holly said.
So Mary, what we'd
Yeah.
like to do is please identify the members of your group.
Okay. Mickey Rowland, these comments are on behalf of Mickey Rowland, Jason Finger, myself, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs, and agree pretty much with what Holly said about brick over bluestone.
Okay, thank you. Do you, what I'd ask is if you just hear from the board, reserve comments, like, you know what I mean? You know what's going on. It's the regular board. I have one question before we begin. Can you address the visibility of the patio area? And, basically what I'd like to know is what is the intended height? What will be the planted height and the intended height? Two different metrics of what looks to be hedge along the street and then at the head of the driveway and the side of the driveway.
The intended hedge is to be about the deck level, if not higher. So they want privacy from the street. And I would say that there's a row of hedge and then there's a garden that will be heavily planted. So it's driveway, hedge, turf, garden, patio.
Okay. I wanted a better understanding of potential visibility. It sounds like there will be none. So if
No.
we were to approve, I'm not saying we are, but if we were to approve as is, it would be with a condition for people's
Correct.
comfort, not visible at time of inspection or thereafter. Ray, would you like to begin?
Sure. If visible, I certainly share the concern that Holly and Mary and Mickey have raised regarding the use of the bluestone, which I think we can all agree is a pretty formal landscape solution. Having said that, I question the visibility through the privet hedge and then the other sort of supplemental plantings that are in between. This is cut bluestone laid up tight, huh? Julie?
My plan was to make it look old, of course, because that's what I like, but I wanted it to be natural cleft, and I picked this unusual pattern of taking 18 by 3s and laid them on this kind of brick pattern to deformalize it and maybe have it be a little more playful, like the architecture to the house.
Is that literally what we're looking at? Like the
That's literally what
herringbone?
you're looking at.
So it's the herringbone pattern.
It's kind of a herringbone, but with like bigger pieces and natural cleft and, probably poly, not cement. So it'll have a little bit wider joints because it's natural cleft.
Right. Yeah, I mean, bluestone is not my first choice, although, for good or for ill, I know Julie and I know Julie's work, and I know that she's not into the sort of Greenwich formality. So that's it. That's assurance. Plus what Stephen mentioned about the degree to which this will be visible. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ray. Val?
I won't repeat what has already been said. I think probably the concern would be the bluestone walkway to the front door, because you're going to look through an arch to see that, not necessarily the patios. And I think for me, the only thing I was trying to sort out in my brain is, are there any other pergolas in that area? And that was something I didn't have a chance to go drive down there, but that was really my only major concern.
Did I hear a yeah?
I mean, they're
Oh, I thought I heard a
everywhere.
yeah.
Down there?
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks,
Yeah.
Val. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Val about at least the entrance to the front door should be brick. So, and it is too bad that the brick is gone from the driveway itself, because that's more historic.
Is there images, Holly, in my thing from before, or Fiona? Because I don't know that it was brick,
Okay,
but it was brick? Okay. All right, never mind.
okay. Okay, anything else, Abby?
No, just so if, well, no, it's a question, but the apron would be Belgian block, or what have you?
Well, I
proposed?
think with the proposal that the walkway would end up being brick, and then I would probably go back to the client and ask for the driveway to go back to being brick, so that it would be a cohesive design. But I think they were interested in having a light, bright patio, and with the lack of visibility there, I could probably marry a lighter colored brick and the natural cleft bluestone on the patio. So I might be able to do some magic work there.
Okay, but question answered, and you're ready to go on?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about pergolas in that area either, so that's a question.
Okay.
If it helps, it's all natural weather.
Yeah. And, yeah, and then I prefer brick over bluestone in all cases.
Okay, Angus?
I share what's been expressed by the advisor group and by Holly regarding the brick. I wouldn't have an issue with what happens to the patio on the west side of the structure, but the east side and the path up to the front steps, I'd have a concern about the bluestone. I also see a gate, to the right of the driveway that could also, sneak a peek into that east patio area. And also I'm concerned about what happens with the stair. What was the earlier configuration? I probably should have asked that question at the beginning.
Okay, thanks, Angus. I think that leaves me. So I generally agree with the comments. My concern is limited to what's visible. I have concerns about the fact that landscape materials are used to kind of create these private spaces when ordinarily, we have a history of having the public space, the semi-private space, which is the yard, and then the private space, which is, the porch and the structure itself. And we're tending to lose that, but, there's limited ability unless we're requiring screening to regulate that. So that's a comment. The other comment, I think, is, I think that there's, we all have a our own sentimental and romantic kind of notion of what is historic. Mine's a little messier than most people's. There is, precedent for such thing as where the entryway arbor is, that that would be like a Goshen area, and then that would lead into brick, and then that might tie into the Goshen in the back. So it's not just brick, and that might relate if there's a brick driveway to the entryways there, and I think that would not be inappropriate. Other than that, I would just like to get an idea. I'm not really super clear that we have a consensus on, so I'd want to run through this so we can move it along.
Could I make a suggestion through?
Yeah.
So I think I understand the feedback. I think what I would like to do is drop the stairs for the deck off this application and have Jason bring back his original deck and change the stairs so that that's not convoluting the landscape approval. So that would be my first suggestion. And my second suggestion would be to, work through either staff to make sure that the front walkway paving is appropriate and filed and that everything, like the pergola, is covered with vines. Because I think that the pergola, even though there's some question as to whether that's appropriate, if it does have roses and vines on the top and it's not just stark, will soften that deck and the raised elevation of the house. Because if you imagine looking at it from the White Elephant deck or from across the street, that you would have a froth of some greenery right now, kind of making that a little less visible from a higher elevation.
Yeah, pergolas aren't foreign to downtown.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm looking for is, do we want to hold for revisions, or are we comfortable with an Exhibit A, noting obviously, as Julie said, the stair would be dropped? Or Julie, do you want to make some revisions and turn it in?
I mean, that gives us a chance just to go down and drive.
Well, but it's a new structure, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's a new structure. The only thing you're going to see is windscreen fence.
Yeah, it's just like,
It's not a new structure.
Well, there's work done on the structure.
it's the board's pleasure, I mean,
And there's,
honestly would
is
like
it,
to
didn't I
keep it
just see an
moving.
image? What's this?
That's it.
I'm sorry, I didn't articulate exactly what I meant.
Okay.
View
Well,
the
don't have to-
area to see what other materials are down there before we make the decision.
Okay, well, that's a different point. Thank you for making it.
Can you just clarify exactly?
Wait a
what it
minute,
means?
please,
Sorry.
let's work through our little. Anything else?
No.
Okay. So are you suggesting that you want a view?
Mm-hmm,
Okay, and then revisions?
mm-hmm.
Okay, so,
They go together.
yeah, so why don't we get a motion?
I motion to approve for review, so if you get your stuff back in by
The deadline.
What's the demo?
Thursday, is it?
That's not tomorrow, but the next day.
Yeah. You could come back next Tuesday.
All right.
Come on,
Sure.
Julie, it's a landscape plan.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I get what was there. I'm just saying, with respect to a view right now, what we're gonna see is a windscreen fence, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only point I was making. I think
Val
that
can view
what's
away.
in the area is relevant, so we've got a motion for a view and revisions. On Val's motion, Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Ray didn't even say anything, did he on that?
Yeah, he said aye.
Oh,
Yeah, he led.
oh.
Okay.
For Ray's Court,
Julie Jordan for the applicant. This is a previously approved landscape application. In the approved application, the fencing required for the wall that is about 4 foot, a little over, was fence and hedge. And the client, there's only about 8 feet from where that existing historical wall was and the foundation of the house. And it's a little tight for covering both sides of a mesh fence with hedge. And I think that the maintenance of the hedge, keeping it low so that it's not like getting really tall, like it used to be really tall and kind of scraggly. And we'd like to go back to this kind of type 2, planted with like roses and, you know, flowers kind of coming out of it and the occasional evergreen shrub for safety and just a better look for the project.
okay, and that'll be at the top of the wall?
At the top of the wall, and it's pretty tiny, it's 3 feet, but I would be even, like, I'll be I might even do a mock-up for myself to, if it can be below 3 feet, I'll make it even less, because I want it not to interfere in the house.
Okay. Any questions for Julie? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is regarding the George Ray house. He was a Cooper. It was built in 1797. It had an addition in 1835, and then you all approved addition and work to it in last year. Although a type 2 picket natural to weather, you know, that's appropriate within the OHD. Wasn't sure on whether this was, appropriate within the front. I don't think historically it would have been there or was there. I know that, again, there was with the information that was provided on the original application, which I tried to look at, showed a lot of fencing in the area. But the elevated fence, I don't feel is appropriate. It's either a fence or it's elevated with the fieldstone that's been approved. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mary, do you guys have anything that? Nothing to add? Perfect. We appreciate you support Holly's comments. Excellent. Way to expedite and make a point. I love that. It's the regular board who would like to begin.
I'm happy to start.
Angus, please.
I agree with what's been said.
Okay. Val? Nope. Nope, you don't agree?
I'm trying to
No,
figure
Ray.
out what.
Same.
Nope, or you agree with what's been
No,
said?
no, sorry. Agree with what's been said.
Okay, let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I agree with what's been said too.
Okay, and then Val?
May I ask Julie a question?
Yes, turn on your mic.
May I ask Julie a question? Julie, the picture that shows the hedge above the wall, that's the area? Mm-hmm. Okay. And the wall is stone?
Yes,
Okay.
previously approved. stuff.
Okay. Given the example picture, I don't think I have an issue with it.
Can we go to that, please? The example picture?
It's down in the corner, yeah. Not that. It's this one.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Right
Lower
Yeah,
left.
that's right next door, that
Right.
picket on the same height
Mm.
wall.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Is it?
was that,
Literally on Ray's court.
guys, so was that the comment you wanted to make? Okay.
But also I wanted to just say that, the historical photos that I found had like literal fisherman's board fence, 5 foot tall
Okay.
on top of a stone wall.
Julie, I'm going to suggest 2 things. One, thank you, and 2, always include those pictures, because it's a
Yeah.
lot easier for us.
They're in
So I actually, kind of contrarian on this one, I think that with the removal of the privet, and given the precedent of the fence next door at whatever height it's at, subject to being natural to weather, that I think it would be appropriate because it exists next door. What do we want to do, folks?
I would make that motion.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Motion to approve is submitted,
Yeah, if that's,
and you will, can it be that the fence height will be reduced to match the height of the neighbor?
Yeah,
relative-
it'll be the.
relative to
look
grade.
Just like that, but I'll have lots of plants in front of it.
Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Val, are you good with that?
yes,
Okay, so that's the motion. You're in favor?
yes.
Ray?
Aye.
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you so much, everyone. No, it's as approved.
Thank you.
I mean,
Submitted.
as submitted, yes, but like no extra work, yeah. Okay. We get to move to a tennis court, 3 maxi ponds.
Can I sit off a couple and let
Yes.
an associate take over?
Hey, Mirka, so the board will be myself, Stephen, Angus, Abby, Ray, and
I would like to share.
I think we're at Carrie? We'll go with Carrie. When you're ready, Mirka.
Thank you. Just make it quicker. Just join as panelist. Thank you. Is it sharing? I don't think it's sharing yet. Oh, I said not share.
I'm going to take
I'm on it.
Can I just take this pause for a moment? Can you folks identify which application you're here for? 20 Liberty. And you folks? 20 Liberty. And you, ma'am? 126R? What is it?
That's not going to be heard.
That's probably not going to be heard tonight. But you're welcome to stay. It's very enjoyable to watch. And, okay, so that's where we are. Okay. Go ahead, Mirka.
Perfect. So it's on the screen. So this, good evening, Miroslava Ehen representing. So this application is for the tennis court. It's right off the Maxi Pound Road. All existing house and the proposed pool with the existing guest house are all existing, so that's all it's there. The driveway will be defined. So I just want to set the existing condition. I will just kind of zoom into the GIS and the streetscape. As you can see, there is a special grading, like specific grading landform happening, and mostly I want to point out this corner where the tennis court would be sat, just so you can see. So if I go back to the grading, the tennis court, it's at 35 feet from this road. Why is there? Because I have a septic, so I need to have a minimum separation. As I suggested, we have a higher grades, which I will go later to the cross-section, but we are around elevation 32, and then the driveway itself is around elevation 26. So there's a 4 feet of the landform. So I would like to set sunken the tennis court with 4 feet down in a grade with the 6 feet fence on top of it, and enhance all the existing vegetation surrounding the fencing to minimize any visibility. I want to quickly just point the cross-section again. This is the existing grading, which would be happening. This is the maxi, and the grade literally slopes up in the area where the tennis court would be. So full sunken 4 feet, enhance all natural vegetation on all 3 sides, including there will be coming a little shed in the front, and we will kind of screen even the side of it, which you could kind of see upon approaching via driveway. For proposed planting would be all natural to Nantucket, natural vegetation, shrubs and trees between the viburnum, bayberries, cedars, American hollies, some, hawthorns, winterberry, arrowwood viburnum. The detail, architectural detail, like wooden cladded wall with the just similar detail, what you just see here, green fence with a wire.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And I think that's,
Any questions?
What's the surface of the court? Is it hard true or is it a hard painted surface?
it would be green, but I cannot really answer the question. I think hard true. Yeah. 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 This would be like a green on green. So I have that little, actually hard to see it maybe, but this is another tennis court I did with the greenery, with the green. So it would be green on green, like darker green with lighter green in print. Okay. Painted, yeah. Or the gray, or the green gray clay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a technical question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do landscape designs get do abutters get noticed? Or is that just architecture?
No.
1,000 square feet of a structure outside the old historic district, 100 square feet of structure inside the old historic district.
So abutters would not know?
Landscaping, no.
Okay. And just one other question. Are there any other tennis courts on Maxi Pond Road?
Not on Maxi Pond, but they are on a washing pond, like Washing Pond Road. There's
Yeah, I
one
know
tennis
that
court
one.
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
right there.
dog,
Yeah.
Okay.
There are some in Vincent. There are some in Vincent.
Whatsoever, please. Asked and answered, good?
Good.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who would like to begin? Carrie?
Sure. In the center of the court, you dropped the fence.
It would be on the side. Yes, yes, that's correct. Just the
4 feet and then 6 feet.
that's correct.
Makes sense. I feel like this is great that it's dropped down 4 feet, and I think the fence will sort of disappear and all that vegetation, so I understand this.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Ray?
Hey, it's funny because from my perspective, it sounds like none of you had your mics on, but that can't possibly be true. So I heard what the discussion was, and I like the fact that the court is sunken. We're going to be looking at, Mirka, I think 4 feet of fence on top of that wall, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's at the ends. Look, 4 feet of fencing, and it's going to be chain link, right? Like the
That's
green
correct.
green chain link with wood posts.
That's correct. Painted green with the.
Yeah. So I'm okay with this, even though I'm not sure I agree with you on the setback from the septic system, but I'm not sure that that makes a big difference anyway. So those are my comments.
Okay. And one of your cohorts would like to point out that a portion of the fence is 4 feet, but the greater portion is 6 feet, just for clarification.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I thought we were 4 feet into the ground and then 4 feet above.
So it's,
In some areas,
Yes,
but in
yeah.
the greater portion, it's 6 feet above.
yeah,
All right. Well, that would be at the end that would be most visible. Right.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just for clarification. Let's
Yep.
see here. Angus.
I agree with what's been said, and I have no concerns.
Okay, and Abby.
I like a lot of this, but I'm going to be a no, going on streetscape and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Can we go to the image of the street
So they're all
that shows the,
1, 2, 3. Which one?
I
Which
think
one?
the site plan aerial?
Oh, Ariel.
And so for me, I think I appreciate the concept. I think it could be successful. I think the location is inappropriate. I think on the left of the drive, perhaps with some minor driveway reconfiguration, further away from the street. Maxi Pond is typically juniper, Virginia
Yeah.
Conus juniper, what we think of as red cedar, and it's an open space. And I think that introducing the kind of visual mitigating plant materials towards the street is problematic, and it will set a precedent that I don't think is appropriate for the area. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. What do we want to do?
Wait, Mr. Chairman, you are Mr. Chairman.
I know I was teasing.
Oh, okay.
What do we like
Can
to
I-
do, folks?
Can I follow up with that a little bit?
I think you're probably pretty good. Let's,
Okay.
Listen,
You
I'm
know
gonna go out on a limb and I'm going to motion for approval as submitted.
okay, Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Carrie.
No lights.
Ray, your motion include no night lighting?
Yeah, sure. That would be fine.
Carrie's a yes. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm a no.
Abby's a no. I'm a no. So let the record reflect 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Abby and Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are on to 3, Maxi Pond new garage. Is Andrew? Or no, it's Chip. Chip, you're on the
Good.
Zoom.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Chip, are you going to be steering? You're going to present
Yeah, I will.
online?
I would love to share screen, please.
Okay, let's jump right in.
Okay. All righty. And let me know when that comes up, okay?
If you can see it, we can see it.
Hey, Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for proposed new garage at 3 Maxi. So this is the same property that you just looked at with America and for the tennis court. This is a proposed garage. It's actually on the far side, towards the rear of the lot, on the opposite side of the tennis court. It's 22, it's proposed at 22 feet, 6 inches. The doors face the rear of the lot, so the west is what faces towards the front. However, the entire thing is, as I just mentioned, behind the tennis court. It's natural cedar, red cedar roof. And I turn over the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Chip. Any questions for Chip?
Uh,
Oh,
Well,
Ray?
I have a question I think is, certainly one that we ask all the time, which is seen in isolation, it's difficult to tell whether this building has a common architectural vocabulary as the other main house.
Through the chair, I'll answer the question. It does. The windows are the same. The trim is the same. Roof pitches are the same. dormer pitches, materials, detailing, all match the main house.
Any other questions, Ray?
Nope.
Okay, and this is the same board as previous. Who would like to begin? Concerns?
I have a sort of a question, like, so this garage, it doesn't have a driveway going to it, not that it matters, but it's, I guess you'd be driving over these leaching fields, but that doesn't matter either. It's just, it's a garage without a driveway going up to it. It's just observation.
Thank you. Chip, can we go to the site plan again?
Yes, I just went to that. And through you, I might add that we're showing the existing drive, and Mirica is designing a new layout, which was referenced in her previous drawings. And the new driveway does go to the garage. It
Okay,
goes
thank you.
between the garage and the guest house to get to the doors that face to the east. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie?
I think with all the screening for the tennis court, we're not going to see much of this building.
And let's see, who did I miss? Anyone? No?
I haven't gone yet.
Oh, Angus, I'm sorry.
I'm a little bit concerned about the exterior freestanding stairway and the amount of dormer. The issue with these dormer rooms is that that you end up with a gable that reads as a 4-pitch, which, you know, none of us would accept as the main roof, but when it gets to be such a mass of the structure, that's the way it ends up reading. And I'm looking at the road to the, I guess it would be Nantucket Road. I'm wondering what the visibility would be like of that south elevation.
Chip, can you address the topography and visibility from Nantucket Road, please?
Yes. So this is, if I just pulled up the locust plan, there's another property between the two. So from Nantucket Road, you would definitely not see this property. There's one in between.
Angus?
Through the chair, I see on the locust, there's a structure that's closer to Nantucket Road, but if you're looking to the east side of that, and certainly, you know, as you head up to Wannacomet Road, it seems like there would be a fair, you know, open spectrum of that. Thank you.
Okay. And, you know, given its proximity to the street, or I should say lack of proximity to the street, I register the 412 read as a profile, as a silhouette, but I think given its distance from the street, it'll be okay. What would we like to do with this? No brave souls?
Well, I believe that there is a row of very thick vegetation on Nantucket Road leading up as you're coming away from town. Take a right on Maxie, leading up to that. It's like serious greenery
Yeah.
on the neighbor's property.
Out of
And that
control
would-
cypress.
Yeah, and that would hide this from view from there, for sure.
Chip, we can always make this not visible at time of inspection or thereafter.
That's the pleasure of the board.
I
but
don't know that we need to go to that extent, but I am looking for a motion.
I'll
right.
motion to approve, because I believe this is gonna be minimally visible, and I don't think it's, you know, out of the ordinary, personally.
All right, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
I'm going to be an A.
and Abby,
I'll be a yes.
and I'm a yes. So 4 in favor, let the record reflect, 1 opposed, Angus. Okay, we are now.
Thank you, everyone.
moving on. Thank you to 11 Green Lane, Matt, fenestration trim. Folks, while Matt's gearing up, I just want to offer a meeting management ideas. If we can try to be very succinct and kind of catch up on our first hour, it would be a big help. There's Ray, are we at 6,792 still, or did that go down, or?
It went down by 3, Stephen.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's 6,989.
789. I'm going to write that down, though. I got to keep track. Matt, when you're ready. And Val, you're sitting off still, you're back?
Yeah.
Okay. So it'd be myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Ray. Hey, Ray, if you're itching to chair any of these, just let me know. I don't mind taking a break and letting somebody sit.
I'm chomping at the bit.
Oh,
Let me
you-
finish my dinner and then I
All
can
right,
take
I'll
over.
wait a couple.
Okay.
Matt? We're gonna, Matt, the new rule is gonna be you've gotta log in before you hit the runway. So by the time you hit the podium, you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is an existing structure. It's a garage. It's a garage/studio, and so we're not looking to pick it up, move it, add to it. There's no square footage change. It's simply some exterior fenestration, door and window changes. So I'll just run through the elevations. So on the set, we have provided comparative elevations of the existing versus proposed. So the existing is at 1/8 scale, proposed is at 1/4. So pretty straightforward. Starting at the east elevation, we're removing a door. The south elevation, we're adding a door and 3 windows. Scrolling down. On the west elevation, we're removing the 2 garage doors, replacing with a single window. We are adding or shifting the door, if you will. We did put a diamond-shaped window in it. And then we're also adding an additional window. As far as the north elevation, there are no proposed changes. And as far as the trim is concerned, we are proposing to replace the trim. It's very similar to the existing trim. It is a slight, it's basically a flying rake, so it's projecting off the gable ends about 3 inches, and it was just to add some more detail to it, because we're going to replace the trim anyways. So with that, look forward to your comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, appreciate it. Are there any questions for Matt?
I have 2.
Ray?
A, what is the vintage of the building, the existing building? And B, do we have photographs?
Yeah, there's photographs, and I can tell you the.
And Holly will address both of those before she.
Okay, good. Yeah, then
Go
I'm
ahead.
fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure actually has an HDC survey on file as a garage. It's the Russell Faustbinder Garage, circa 1930. I'm not too sure when it was converted to a studio, but it's only changed up slightly since that old survey. My question to Matt through you, Mr. Chair, is will the fenestration be reused?
I believe it will be. Any new window will be new. Any existing window will remain.
Okay.
Okay.
And the south ganged windows, I don't believe are appropriate. I do note that they face internal, but I think they may be visible from Milk Street. Milk Street does have an open stance there. And I did want to mention, the application did not indicate the date, so we'll want to put that with the file. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Okay, who'd like to begin? Concerns? Succinct, please.
May I do a point of?
Oh, yeah, Ray, you want to follow up? Go ahead.
Well, actually, my thing is a point of clarification. Do we have anything from HSAG?
We're loving Mary, and she has indicated that she is supportive, their group is supportive of Holly's comments.
Supportive of Holly's comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Including about the window on the south elevation. The ganged window.
Well, the gang window, correct.
Yeah, Diane, proclivity.
Yes, 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 yes. God bless Diane.
Yes, not inappropriate, just saying.
Okay, so I can start, and I guess the only, issues, concerns I have are that little diamond door is sweet, and it looks like that one's going to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're actually proposing to use it. On the west elevation, you can see that it's clouded, and so that will become the new front door.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see now. Okay, I thought that was going away. And then the triple window, but we can do something about that. That's the extent of my concern.
Okay. Abby?
I was gonna give it a complete thumbs up.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I only wish that something creative had been done to retain the doors, the garage doors. I think having those garage doors on that gable end, you drive down that lane that's there. I love this little street, and if you go up and around this lot, it's a wonderful little street. And I think it's great that the scale's being maintained and so forth, but if there was a way to weave those garage doors into the internal plan and make those doors just part of the exterior aesthetic, then I would have no concerns with anything else. But I would love to see the garage doors stay.
Okay, thank you. Angus, I went to you, right?
Oh, yeah.
I just thought about it in my head. You're next.
So I agree about the ganged windows. I think that, if there's, say, a foot in between, say, maybe a couple feet between the door and the first window, and then, a foot in between each other window, I think the amount of wall area could support 3 windows there. I just need to get spread out. And I'm kind of fascinated by Joe's suggestion about trying to incorporate those windows, because the doors, because I feel like that's sort of under fenestrated on the west elevation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we go to the site plan again, please? Okay, and then back to the south elevation. Okay, I'm actually okay with this as submitted. Can we go to the image that shows the garage from the street, the garage doors? So ordinarily, I would agree with the comment. I think that this is charming, but I think that and back to the elevation, please. I think the elevation is actually, given the proximity to the street of those garage doors, they're not, a car widths away. To me, they're just kind of overpower that facade. And I think the window with the flower box is charming, cute. It reads like a dwelling, and then it changes the nature of that structure. A little less utilitarian and a little more living. And that, to me, adds a little bit of a lot of charm. And I think that's very appropriate for the area. So those are my comments. What would we like to do?
Mr. Chair.
You want the garage doors?
What?
I said, you want the garage doors?
No. I actually agree with you, and I don't really mind this as an alternative, although I think that, theoretically, the garage doors could have been worked with where you saw the glass in them on the interior, but I'm not going to go down that road for the moment. I think that if we just split up the triple windows on the show me what elevation that is. Yeah, that's the south. So if we gave ourselves, I haven't looked at the interior plan, but see the relationship between the door and the first window? There's like 6 inches of shingle between. Oh yeah, you can swing it. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just separate them so that the relationship between the door and the window, the first window, is the same as the relationship between the three windows.
Is that your Exhibit A?
Yeah, it
And
is.
and you can mark that up where you are and email it to Holly?
That I cannot do.
Okay, we gotta, I know you're a little bit of a Luddite. We're gonna have to drag you in when you're remote.
I'm not a little bit of a Luddite. I'm a complete Luddite.
Joe, would you be amenable to an Exhibit A?
I think if you just said separate the windows,
That's
Yeah,
it.
but it's not that simple. So I did procedurally with the staff, they need to have a document.
Bless you.
So.
I can, if you want, I could like do it on this and then shoot it to one of you guys.
Oh, well, you're here?
Matt,
Yeah.
well, yeah, if Matt
Might
could
add a
send it to
second
me,
story in
then
the
I,
process, we don't know. Just kidding.
Revisions while you wait.
Joe, are you open to doing Exhibit A?
I would need to hear again exactly, we're looking at the south
Separate
elevation.
okay,
the
all I
windows.
want to do is get
Go ahead, Rick.
some shingle space in between the three windows, that's it.
Same as between the door and the window.
Yeah,
Okay, so the first window adjacent to the door is going to stay in that position?
And then the other
Correct.
windows are gonna slide over by the same amount of the distance between the window casing and the door
Actually,
casing.
okay. Okay, I understand it enough to draw it.
Okay.
all right,
cool.
that's my motion.
So on your motion, Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
Joe,
No?
those are no. Well, we appreciate you doing the exhibit in any
Yeah,
event.
okay, yeah.
I'm a yes. So for the record, 4 in favor, 1 against Joe. Not 1 against Joe. Joe is the one against. Important distinction there. So that moves us to, can I draw all these lines
111.
on this page so I can keep track, and then it gets convoluted? 111B, Old South Road mixed-use structure. Matt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a mixed-use structure. You're probably familiar with the site or driven by it. There's a few lots in this area that right now it looks like basically just a recently cleared lot, so it might be difficult to see exactly where it sits, but we've included it on the locus plan so you can kind of get a sense of where it is. But this is adjacent to other industrial type structures, metal buildings that I think have been recently approved. So the use for the structure is a combination of B use group, so business use group, if you will, and then also shop space. So the front two units are small office spaces or potentially retail, and then the rear section is all industrial shop space. It does have a full basement, and then above that shop space, which has basically a taller ceiling, it's going to be for woodworking. It's a machine shop, so we do need some additional first floor ceiling height. So the ceiling height requirement on the first floor is taller than a typical residence. And then above that is two-bedroom units for housing for the employees of this facility. So we went with a bit of agricultural vernacular, if you will. Basically had this, it's a simple structure. We didn't want to come in with just a simple metal building. And so the second floor units, I would also say, are modular boxes. So the width of these are 13/8. So there was a lot of site and program requirements that we were trying to adhere to. So I'll just run through the floor plans really quickly. This is the front elevation, which is the north, and so this is what would be visible. And so what we're proposing is that the main body of the structure is natural to weather 10-inch wide cedar. It's not board and batten. You could certainly do board and batten if you wanted to. It's a V-groove joint. The trim is all natural. The side one-story components are shingled. And so while the footprint is a fairly simple shape, by changing the materials of these secondary additive pieces, we were essentially trying to tell a story that, potentially these secondary one-story pieces were added at a later date. We do have a cupola on the structure. Thought that it was warranted given the simplicity, because again, going back to the use of the structure, there is a certain level of simplicity to it, but we did try to add some detail to it as where we could. This is the rear of the building. Again, these are all shop spaces, and so therefore we need these garage doors. So we have a couple of perspectives here. We did integrate a shed farmer's porch, and we do have some exposed rafter tails and some bracketed post details. So while it is a very utilitarian structure, we did try to add detail that supports that use where we could. So with that, I would look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Ray. And does anyone have any questions for Matt?
Well, I do.
Abby?
When you say the doors are black, do you mean all of those sort of garage doors, or do you just mean the man doors?
It would be just the person doors.
Yeah.
But I would even, they could be black, but if the board felt that a different color was more appropriate, we'd do that. I think we were matching the sash with the front doors, but yeah, so just the front pedestrian
And
doors.
so what are those big four?
We could do those as gray.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Any other questions? Abby, why don't you begin if you're ready?
Yeah, so it's 30 feet minus the cupola. I think it's a handsome looking building. I mean, if you're gonna have to do an industrial building and it has housing on the top, I think it's very attractive, given that this is slowly I think it's appropriate for the area, the neighborhood, because it seems to be going this route.
Yeah, there's been, yes.
So I don't think, I'm just trying to think of the scale of this in relationship to what else is around. So I don't want it to be too tall, but.
It's, Matt, it's a blank canvas on that side of the street, correct? In that little
There,
patch?
I believe there were a number of buildings that were approved adjacent to this, a few.
In the rear.
Yeah, towards the
Tommy
back.
Hanlon's, Ethan did.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah. Which I
okay.
thought those were nice, but they were
All right.
good size.
I'm pretty good with this, thank you.
Okay, Angus?
I appreciate it being gable forward to reduce the overall volume of it. I can't tell you how much I appreciate seeing roofs that are uninterrupted. I think the only things that I would do to approve this would be to lower the second floor windows, the sills to the roof, and then the second floor roof to the windows, to the second floor windows. Otherwise, I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Let's see, Connie.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. I'm questioning the cupola, but I'll go along with what everyone else says.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
I think I'm okay with this, given the comments that have already been made.
Okay, thanks. I'm concerned about the overall mass along the longitude of the longer aspect. And can we go to one of the east-west elevations? Matt, it seems to me like there's room in the program to kind of break down the right side facing, looking at the east elevation. There's a lot of second floor or third floor space there. I don't know if I presume it's intentional. That's actually part of the program as opposed to clear story space.
Actually, ironically, no, there was a certain level of efficiency with the modular box if it's like an 8-foot plate height.
Right.
So they're literally just two long apartments, but they're 2 bedrooms. It's like a galley kitchen. We did intentionally, like initially when we first started with the project, you'll see that the tail end actually steps down and steps down to a story and a half. And that was intent, you know, obviously prior to that, it was a much larger looking building. And actually the overall ridge width, I believe, is 50 feet, which I know is kind of a somewhat of a unwritten rule of sorts. So we did try to break up the massing by dropping that second floor section to a story and a half.
Okay, thank you. So for me, the second floor structure, the overall mass, I think is too large. I think the roof plane as an extension of that is too large. Clearly that's not a common concern, but for me, something like clip gables or hips or something to take this down a little bit. I would prefer to see the second floor less tall. And also, at the very least, not to diminish my comments, but the covered porch, raise that up a little bit at the beam and maybe cheat it up to a 4.5 to get, or whatever it is, cheat it up a half on the pitch to get it a little higher.
So
Go ahead.
If I'm talking to you, I don't have to say through you, Mr. Chair, or do I? I don't know.
No, you don't.
Okay, so we did actually, the pitch on that is actually fairly steep. It's actually, I think maybe even, definitely a 12. To exactly to your point, to kind of close that gap between the second floor windowsill. And you'll also notice that the gable forward windows are, to Angus's point, is that they are slightly larger. And again, it was another attempt to bridge that gap. But to your point, we certainly could raise the header beam of that porch probably, 9 inches, and that'll kind of close that gap even further. But initially, we had I think like a 6 pitch or something, and it just really, that space was enormous.
And Matt, what did you say the pitch is?
I think it's a 12 on that front shed porch. I think it's a 12.
Yeah, there's no way.
I think it might.
We're going to give you a second chance.
It may be mislabeled, but I'm happy to make it steeper.
Well, 12 would be a 45, right?
Yeah, I mean, it
That's
looks
more
like
like a
45, doesn't it?
37.
Yeah, it was like the hypotenuse.
I'm going to throw my protractor
kidding.
on there, not to protract the
Sokotoa.
discussion, but.
I can make it as steep as you like, honestly.
I would suggest not making it much more steep, but I think that the idea is that we're trying to mask some of the the differential between the terminus at the structure and the sill of second floor windows.
I think raising the header beam is easy to do by 9 inches and then adjusting the pitch.
And then what do we want to do overall, folks?
Through the chair, how much room is there to make that porch deeper? Because if you were to come out 18 inches, you could leave the beam where it is and go up 18 inches if it's a 12 pitch.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a little tight, but I think we do have some room there. It could be a combination of the two. We need about 24 feet of backout space. I think actually I reduced that. There are provisions in the zoning bylaws to go, I think, to 20 to 20 feet, 22 feet of backout space, in which case I could increase the depth by 18 inches. So I could do a combination of raising the header beam by 6 inches and extending the depth of that front porch by 18. If for some reason that doesn't comply with the zoning bylaws, I might be back to you with some reduction in that, if that doesn't work. But I could certainly do that.
All right, and then are you guys good with the rest of it?
We're not talking landscaping right now.
No.
are we?
No.
Or utilities, site utilities or anything like that. So what do we want to do? In Exhibit A, Angus? You've got drawings here, correct, Matt?
Do I have drawings here?
Yeah.
Yes, they should be in the file. I didn't bring any.
I mean, do you want to address your covered porch aspects in a motion? Or what do you-
Would it be the favor of the board to go along with dropping the height by bringing the window and the plate down as well?
I would support that, but I don't know that I don't know if you and I are going to get the support from the rest.
I would, I mean, it's 30
I'm good with
feet.
that.
It would be great.
Okay.
Can I make a motion to do an Exhibit A of pulling the porch out 18 inches so that we get the roof 18 inches higher on that gable facing the street wall. Lower the eave windows to the shed roof. And then the main roof to drop to the window headers of the second floor,
The top plate.
the top plate. And we're leaving the gable, or do we want to clip the gable?
We haven't really talked about that, but I'm just concerned about the mass there, and this is gonna be, you know, these lots are gonna go the same direction. This is gonna be a bunch of very big buildings.
For what it's worth, through you, Mr. Chair, my concern about, I was thinking like the Dutch hip, but I just wonder if I'm like adding, if there's like adding one more feature that might create some kind of Frankenstein of
I
sorts.
know, I don't disagree, I think that, Matt, how pressed are you to get, I mean, can we get revisions on this?
I could give you revisions, sure.
I mean, it's a big structure, it's in an area that is, this is gonna be what's gonna be there.
Yeah,
And I think it would be worthwhile if you're amenable to it, to make the modifications and then just run us a couple of give us a couple of alternatives on trying to mitigate the gable roof, the roof mass, including if there's a change in the gable ends.
okay.
Is
I can do
that?
Yeah.
Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. I do really appreciate the simplicity of the building, so I don't want to do too many.
No, I get you. And
can
maybe
bring
the height is enough, maybe the reduction in the second floor is enough
'Cause it will
to
come down.
wheel my concerns.
And I could bring in the Dutch hip or some other incarnation as an option. so you
Yeah,
can look
sure,
at it.
we appreciate it. I just don't want to go too heavy on the design of the table. Okay, so the motion is to hold for revisions?
Yes.
Angus? Okay, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Let's see, Connie
Aye.
and Ray.
Aye.
You good? All right.
Thank
Ray,
you.
would you mind sharing
No,
one or two?
Don't mind at all. Okay, so now we're on to 14 Harbor View Way. Have we established a rotation yet?
Yeah, let me just see if I can help you with that. It'd be Abby, Angus, Val, you.
Yeah, that part I get. So
Yeah, no, I'm just going through and
Okay.
Joe on this one.
Joe's
And then-
next.
And then it would be Connie on the next one.
Who do I have?
Got
then?
it. Okay, so on this one, Linda, you're there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Just trying
you
to
got
figure out who the
regular
board is.
X, Stephen, including Joe. All right? All right,
So it's Val,
Linda, go ahead.
Abby,
Angus.
Angus.
Ray and Joe.
Okay. Okay, this has been in here a few times.
Yep.
A couple of years ago, they came in for a rather substantial addition. If you want to turn the page, it might help.
And they're all cattywampus.
That's a trademark. It was in here some time ago. It was a very large addition. We reduced the size of the addition on the west side, which is the side towards South Beach Street, and came back in again and reduced it down to virtually not much happening. So now because of what they've had to do inside, they have come back in to change a few things. On the rear, if you want to start in the front, they went back to the original door. But on the rear, the door is moving over a few inches so they can actually get to it from the inside. On the west side, if you want to go to the west elevation, yeah, that's the east. We might as well stay there. That's the east elevation. It got slightly wider due to the configuration of the very small living room and a gas fireplace in between the two windows. So it got a few feet wider. It did change the pitch, and I know Holly was concerned about the pitch, but we had to do that pitch. It faces the White Elephant loading zone, if you catch my drift, and their kitchen. But if it had to go to a lower pitch to keep it under the existing windows in the house, and sort of, it's an odd pitch, but it's full of odd pitches on this house. If you look at that front porch, that's not a 4 or 7 pitch either. And if you go to the west elevation, which should be the next one.
they removed a window. And if you go to the rear elevation, which is the north elevation.
Linda, hang on one
Yep.
second. They removed a window, is that?
Oh, this is the
bubble?
rear elevation, sorry, this is the north elevation. They moved that door on the right over a couple of inches.
To the.
If you want to go to the west elevation.
They moved it to the left.
Yeah. If you want to go to the
Okay.
west elevation, which probably is next, yes.
Yep,
They
okay,
removed one of those windows and centered that because the kitchen was relocated into this section.
okay.
And that's it.
All
So
right,
the
good.
window on this side, expanding the one on the other side with a fairly low pitch to stay away from those windows, and a door moving on the rear. That's those three
Got it.
things. And the
Okay.
front door going back to the original.
Correct. Okay, thanks. Holly,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1930-ish bungalow-ish. I call it the Jerry Stiller house because it was their house.
That's what it was.
For a long time. And you all approved, obviously, in addition, elevated, and this is in the original Nantucket design guidelines, so there's a historic determination on file. Appreciate the original front door and the reduction in scale of the proposed addition. And there are minimal changes, however, I think that the change creates an odd pitch on that east, as Linda had mentioned, and it should stay the same if at all possible. Understand there's some different pitches on here that wouldn't be necessarily recommended with building with Nantucket in mind. However, you look at when this structure was built in the 30s, that's irrelevant from that regard. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Holly, just by way of clarification, the roof pitch on that appended piece that you're talking about is steeper than you want it to see, correct? Not shallower.
Correct.
Because it's like, I can't read it, but it's like a 9, maybe?
An 8.
Can we go to the
It's
east,
an 8.
north?
It's the
East.
It's the east elevation.
Right.
We did change the pitch from the original edition,
It's the other gable.
just to fit it in there.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay. And Linda, I'm just curious, like, is there a compelling reason why it needs to be so steep?
I went over it with them. It's because of the dimensions of it. Beyond that, I am not an architect. I did go over the pitch with them at the time. And if you go to the side elevation or go to the south elevation, you can sort of see the pitch more clearly.
Oh, yeah. I can see it pretty clearly from all 3 of those elevations. All right.
you go.
Thanks. So let's see, that was Holly. Do we have Mickey or do we have Mary at this point?
We have Mickey now.
Well,
Okay.
as you know, I put my objection on here. that
Okay,
Mickey-
got it. Thank you, Linda. Mickey, go.
Yes, thanks. I'm taking over for Mary from now on.
Yep.
So, the south elevation, the door that they're proposing on the front door is not the original door. So it looks like they're changing it. So I think the door would look better if it were at the same head height as the windows on either side of it. So if they can make it, just use a taller door as long as they're getting a new one.
Okay.
And then on the east side, the bay window, the windows in that bay just feel too far apart. If they could be closer together, I understand there's a fireplace, but that's not a concern from the exterior. So the windows would look better if they were closer, or if there was a third one right in the middle, that would be fine too. And as you've been discussing, that roof pitch could easily be dropped down. I don't see any reason why that roof pitch needs to be an 8. That should be shallower.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, Mickey, thank you. All right, Abby, Val, Angus, Joe, and myself. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Go.
The only concern I have is that steep roof pitch on that bump. It's just so strange.
Okay. That was Val's only
The
concern.
fenestration changes I don't have a concern with.
All right, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go along with what Val said.
All right, thank you.
Except for the
Yep.
pitch.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm happy to go next. It's Angus. So I agree about the bay roof coming down to a 4 pitch, or doesn't need to be as shallow as the front roof. Generally, the bays are for bay windows, so I feel that that's really under fenestrated. So I agree with HSAG's opinion about the windows either coming closer together and it getting smaller, or adding a third window in the middle. And is there, what else is going on around the building?
I said that
There was a
already.
door move on the north side?
Door move on the north.
Yeah, moving a little bit to
Removing
the
a window on
left.
the west and putting the front door back to what we had approved before.
Yeah, I agree with the comments of bringing back the front door that was there before. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. I think it's my turn. Yeah, share
Joe?
the,
It's,
Joe?
oh, Joe, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
that's all right, Adam, I'll be quick. I agree with Mickey's comment on the front door about, because it's going to be new, raising it up so that the head height, basically the bottom panel, I guess.
It's the
would
same rough opening.
Yeah, the bottom panel would increase in height. And the pitch on that bay could become a 6 instead of an 8 or a 5 or something like that. And the bay, I do think if you could pull them in, if you had a third window there, it would end up being fake. And I think it would be pretty obvious that it was fake if you've got a fireplace in there. So where that might work further from the road, in this particular case, I think adjusting those windows in 6 or 8 inches in each direction, you know, otherwise I'd be fine with it. Those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Not having seen the floor plan, I don't know how much those windows can go in without like getting rid of the fireplace.
Right there.
Let
Kind of
me-
hard to read.
Let me use my other computer here and I can zoom in. Okay, so although I
It covers
agree,
that space.
what?
It pretty much covers that space.
Yeah, what I was going to suggest doing there is putting up lattice in between those two windows to fill in the void, because it looks
That's a
wall-eyed
good
right now.
idea.
Totally agree on the roof pitch that, you know, it could go to a 5 and be much better. And then it looks like your sills on the windows on the second floor are literally like right on the window, which is not great in terms of waterproofing. The front door, it's not uncommon, even on a 250-year-old house, to have the front door lower than the windows that flank it. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, look at the existing picture of the south. It's way lower.
Yeah, so, you know, my point is, even though in theory we could lift it up and everything would all be at the same level, if you took a little trip down Main Street, I think you'd find that very few of the doors, unless they have transoms above them, are at the height of the windows on either side. So I'm okay. But so my suggestion would be lattice on the east elevation between the windows to fill in that void, conspicuous void, and lowering the roof pitch. Can we move this in some way, folks?
That works.
I would make that motion.
Through staff,
That
Mr.
you just
Chairman.
described.
It would be through staff for sure. Joe, would it be possible to do an exhibit day?
I would love to draw one, yes.
Oh, that would be great. Okay. So the motion is going to be to, the things that will be changed will be the roof pitch on the bay to, let's say, a maximum of 5 and 12 roof pitch, and lattice in between the windows that are on either side of the fireplace.
Okay.
Was there anything else? I don't think so. Okay, so that is the motion. On the motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Val.
I'm an aye as well.
Okay, Angus.
Aye.
All right, Joe.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that passes.
They can
All
fill
right.
in the space over the door with a quarter board.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sure they'll have one.
That's a good idea.
Okay, now we're on to 34 Warren's Land.
Okay. What have we got here?
Ray?
Oh, now we're jumping to Connie.
I found this one confusing.
Camp
Warren?
and Connie?
Yep,
All right, so it's Ray, Val, Abby, Angus, and Connie?
and yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly. Okay, Linda, go ahead.
This family has owned this structure since at least 1940, and they've taken really good care of it. They have a more modern house over on a couple of lots away at 26 Warrens, so they've pretty much preserved the original structure there, and I think Holly and I are trying to figure out where it came from. It might have been moved there, it might have been a schoolhouse. I don't know if Holly has any more on it. I just know it's been there since at least the 1938 aerial. And it had an addition stuck on the back of it in order to keep the main body of the house pristine. And it's very difficult to add on to. It's difficult to deal with the pitches because we don't really want to touch the original structure. It needs a lot of help. It's been very close to that road, and we wanted to move it back from that road and more interior of the lot to get it away from the dust, especially since there's a tremendous amount of noise going on across the street on a much newer house that is incredibly noisy, shall we say. So they wanted to move this back from the street and add on again to the rear and match the existing pitch on the existing rear L, which is why it's a fairly low pitch. And then we wanted to add something off that rear section, as you can see oddly, to that lower right drawing up there. So we can keep the main body of the house pretty much intact. The rooms are incredibly small. I've been in it a few times. Getting up the stairs are tough. The rooms are very small. They obviously don't have head heights. We don't want to stick dormers on this thing. So really the only place to go and keep the walls the same is to go out that addition that's already out the back. So that's why it looks a little wonky. Looks long, but that section that's being added onto is behind the house from that road and going away from the road, so it's blocked from visibility from the road. I've given you a lot of pictures from the road going up that side, and you can't see it from Warren's because there's a big barn on this property and another house on the corner, so you have to really come down their long shared driveway to get to it, because there is no access to it from the other road. So we're trying to keep it as simple as possible. We've gone through many iterations trying to add on to it to get actual livable space for bedrooms and add on to the kitchen in the back. But that's pretty much what we wanted to do without messing with the original structure. And the original structure, the front of it is what you see from that side road. So that is where we are at the moment. Blue Heron, that's where we are at the moment.
Okay, Linda, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I couldn't find much other than the 1870 NHL data and what that correlates with what Linda indicated on the application. With this vintage of the structure, I'm not sure the addition's roof pitch is appropriate. Maybe a salt box element would be more appropriate to the architecture, because I do believe that proposed addition's roof configuration is called out atypical within building with Nantucket in mind. I didn't find it exactly in the book, but I know it's there. So that's my overall concern, is just that. Other than that, I have no other concerns. Thank you.
Okay, and I know I ask this every time, but like Nantucket advisory is kind of non-existent at this point, right?
Right.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. And so now it's to the board members.
Mr. Chair, through you,
Yes.
can I ask Holly a question?
Of course.
Holly, are you referring to the shed addition or the one that's continuing the snout? Linda used to say it's the tail wagging the dog.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay, that was, thank you.
If you go to the site, Val, it might help if you went to the site plan. Take a look at.
I just, there's no, sorry,
There
there's
we
no
go.
bubbles, so I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what she was
Yeah, we
talking
just
about.
wanted to stay away from the front part of the building.
I got that.
Do you want to continue, Val, or do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
While it is, rather unusual, I think the building in and of itself is unusual. And what I do appreciate, even though that shed is somewhat anomalous, I don't know how else you could add on to it. If you made it a gable, it would probably overwhelm the original house. It's still true to the historic house. So I'm okay with these modifications.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I could give it a stab.
Yep, go ahead, Abby.
I think this is a really pure form of a really old-fashioned house. I mean, 1870 it's just, it looks very much like a Tuckernuck house in its simplicity. I think the addition doesn't really give the old building its, it sort of takes away. I would even think about maybe not adding on to this building, but you've got enough land there to do whatever you need. Or I would do an alternative addition because I don't think this is sensitive to the existing structure. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. So that leaves Angus and Connie.
Ray, I'm happy to go next.
Please, thank you.
So I agree that, about the shed overwhelming that elevation. I'm curious about the height of the windows on that west elevation, because I'm thinking that if the eave came down to the head height of the windows and/or the windows dropped to, say, 6'6" or 6'8" or something,
Which elevation?
the
West.
west elevation
Can
through
we
the
see that
chair
elevation, please?
is that, and then take that slope up to the eave and connect with the roof so that it's kind of a broken
Yep.
cape.
Are you talking about the windows in the extension of the existing
In the-
rear? I'm not moving those.
I'm gonna
the
reiterate
other
what
one?
Angus just said, because it is something that Holly suggested, and I do believe it would actually work. And that's
On which
this.
section?
On your addition.
The shed coming this way, not the rear addition, which matches the one in front of
Okay,
it.
the rear addition, I don't think anyone's commented on. We're talking about the shed,
Yeah.
which, as Holly pointed out, and Angus, I'm very sorry that I'm kind of preempting you, but what Angus, I believe, is asking for, and I completely agree with this, is you could do this as a broken back
Yeah.
with all the same pieces in place. And then to Holly's point, she said, well, this kind of like laying on a shed roof on top of a gable and having it project out is not really done. But I think that the solution is what Angus is proposing. But Angus, I'm sorry, continue.
Oh, I think you're seeing exactly what I'm describing, is just to make the eave low enough
Yeah.
on that east-facing
the window.
addition
Yeah.
that you can then do a 4-pitch up to meet the eave of the main roof
Yep,
Correct.
without
Yep.
overlapping.
yep.
Right. Okay, Angus, thank you. Connie.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar. I think Holly suggested almost a salt box on that,
Oh, broken back.
or a broken back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would work, and I have no issue with the other piece on the back.
Oh.
Thank you.
Easy enough.
Okay, well, thank you, Connie. I'm pretty confident, just kind of like eyeballing it on the screen, that you're going to be able to do what we're suggesting doing, which is rather than having a shed roof laying on top of an existing gable and kind of swallowing it up, to have it more as a broken back. And, you'd lose some head height in that room, but I'm not sure you needed it anyway. So
So you're saying to extend the existing roof so it breaks? and not overlay?
Okay, so take the south elevation
Uh,
or the north, it doesn't matter. And take the eave of the existing building
Yep,
and then go down to, at a roof pitch. Ideally, it would be a 4 and 12. It might wind up being somewhat less than a 4 and 12.
well, that's what I was
Frankly,
worried about.
well, I wouldn't worry too much, but take the head height of the windows,
Okay,
the one that we're looking at, and then just, put a header in there and then lay the joist, the rafters down on that so that it becomes a broken back. And I do believe that that is feasible. Now, if it's not a 4 and 12, maybe it's a 3 and 12. But I think that given a few things, one, this is not like your garden variety Nantucket style house. I think we can all agree to that. So certain amount of latitude, I think, is okay. And two, it accomplishes the larger goal of not having like this addition appear to be swallowing up the existing building.
yeah. I knew they
Right.
weren't going to break, just Mr. Chairman, they weren't
Yeah.
going to break into the existing roof. I've worked on a lot of houses where there is an addition roof overlay, and so have you. But I'll see what they can do with the breaking out.
Yeah, I'm
It might
sure,
work.
I'm positive that they'll be able to do something. So folks, I think that we should just motion for some minor revisions on this one, if one of you could do that for me.
Cool.
So moved.
Okay, that was Abby. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, now up, do we have Stephen
I'm here.
Rothke? Stephen Rothke, that is.
No, other Stevens here.
He's here.
He's here, okay. So we're gonna move along to 13 North Liberty. Carrie, you want to sit on this one?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, good evening,
Howdy.
HDC.
Yep.
Steve Rothke for the applicant at 13 North Liberty Street. I was before you a couple months ago and we approved an addition and renovation to the house that you see pictured here on the site plan. Kind of a neat gambrel that sits on North Liberty Street. And tonight I'm before you to request some modifications to an existing garage. The existing garage, there's a little confusion, I think, over the history of this garage, and Holly actually was most helpful in sorting it out, but the surveys say that it's a circa 1930 garage, and we do have a very nice aerial in 1933 showing a said garage that's situated very nearly to where I proposed this one at the end of this driveway alongside the old gambrel. The 1933 aerial shows this cute little garage with a hip roof on it. So we dug a little bit deeper because the garage that's there today has this very simple gable on it. And it turns out that there's building permits in the file to replace a garage that quote unquote blew down, is what it says on the building permit card. We don't have a date for that. The building permit to replace it was in 1979.
Okay.
There was a duplicate permit in 2007, and it was CO'd in 2010. What I'm confident to say is the garage that I'm proposing some modifications to is not the original garage, that it in fact blew down, and there's some family history that corroborated that finding. What we have proposed actually is to take that existing garage, move it down the page as you view, which is in the south direction. We're moving it out of the wetland, a little further out of the wetland that it sits in today, and it will continue to sit in. I do have Concom approval for that. And then the idea is to actually change the roof form back to the historic hip. It seems very quaint. It's very nice looking alongside the gambrel. And so the owners were excited about trying to kind of bring it back to its original character with the hip roof. So the footprint of the garage would shift on site, as I've shown. It would not grow at all. We would take the gable roof off and reconstruct a hip roof. I estimated what I thought the hip might have looked like. I only had an aerial, so I didn't have a lot to go by. There's no photographs of the original one.
Stephen?
The intent would be to keep the garage door that's there and is HDC approved on the sort of revised version of the garage. So that stays the way it is. And then some minor modifications around where we're taking a window out, putting in another door. And I propose to add a pergola off the side of this, simply because they're gonna use this structure in the summertime to sort of attach a patio to and have a simple sitting space in their backyard, which is adjacent to Lily Pond. It's a beautiful place to sit and listen to the birds. So that's what that's all about. I do believe that this is visible from Liberty Street. The garage door elevation is visible from Liberty Street, and of course the hip roof as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, Stephen, I think that you accomplished the goal of doing a hipped roof. You said you only had aerial photos to go off of, but this does look like a hip roof for me. I'm joking with you. So
That is pretty much a hip roof.
Thank you.
It's kind of how you do it.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, as Steve had mentioned, I found a 1933 aerial photo. And basically, I think I mentioned when the main house was before the commission, anecdotally, the main owners of the lot and the house and the garage were my great aunt and uncle, Jimmy and Anna Worth. My great-grandfather, Richard B. Corkish Sr., was a contractor during the 40s, 50s, 60s, and into the 70s. And my father, who learned from my great-grandfather, said that my great-grandfather built the original garage, and it was knocked off its foundation by a tornado, believe it or not. And they had to pick it back up again and put it on its foundation. So that would probably correlate with some of the changes that Stephen had mentioned with the site. I am happy to hear that the hip is going back on there. I think it obviously matches the main structure on the lot. I have no concerns, and on that note, I do appreciate the sensitivity as well as the panel on the French doors. Please take note, people, for within the OHD. So thank you.
Okay. Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, we had no concerns with the change to the hip roof and the moving of the garage. Our only comment is that the pergola looks sort of plain. It could use a little more detail, and that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks so much. All right. Who wants to begin?
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
I think it's very sensitively done, and I think it's very appropriate. Thank you.
All right. That was simple. Who's next?
I'll go. I agree with Abby. I just wish there was
right.
a picture of the main house to compare it to.
Oh, you know the house, the Gambrel house.
I just looked it up on Link, but it's from 2017.
Okay. But you're okay with it?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
Yes.
I agree about the garage. I'm happy that you're bringing back the hip. I do think the pergola is a little modern for all the historic nature of the hip roof. I think some different rafter detail at the ends would sort of be more appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Let me see. Angus?
No concerns.
No concerns. Okay. Thank you. If the pergola were more visible, it's facing into the yard. So though I agree about the detail thing, I don't think that's going to be highly visible and apparent. True.
Yeah. Is it painted or natural weather?
I'm just looking to see what I have on our drawings. We said new pergola, but I'm happy to make
6
that
by
natural
6
to weather.
natural to weather, mahogany
Yeah.
posts.
I would want it to be just mahogany and natural to weather.
Right. 2 by 8 natural to weather mahogany pergola. I'm okay with this. Can we move this in some fashion?
Motion to approve through staff with the pergola being natural to weather.
Well, that's actually on the drawings.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, so we don't need to add that.
All right, motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so there's Val's motion. So on Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. 19
to
Low
recuse
Beach
from the next one.
Cottage.
Yeah, what the Mr. Chair, I have to recuse from the next one. It's my client.
Okay, very good. So let's see, in terms of the rotation, that would mean that we're gonna have both Joe and Connie on.
If it's acceptable, I'd like to approach the bench with some photos.
You can approach the bench.
It's like a courtroom.
Okay. Go ahead.
Definitely.
Tobias.
So this is for a project located over at Low Beach. The solar's been installed. It's been approved by the board, and during the process, we felt the client would like to see some solar on a lower portion. The solar was approved on consent, but that original piece was not included. It's on the accessory structure. You can see the solar already on the dormer above, and we're just hoping to put it on the lower mass as well. And due to a little mix-up, some folks already put the feet in. That's the brackets that we attach the panels in, but that was just due to some multiple plans moving around. Anyways, so would love your feedback.
Great. Let's see. Holly, you got anything on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is on the secondary structure, correct?
The secondary
Correct.
Covering the porch.
Is a new structure. I'm really, I mean, it's on the secondary structure, which is good. I'm curious on the visibility from the road, and I'll leave you all at that. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody doing sconset advisory? Oh, Rob. Is Rob around?
No, Mr. Chair, he is,
No.
I don't see him in the queue.
Okay. All right, very good. Let's see. So we do know who the board is. But I'm gonna reiterate. So Val's off. So we have Angus, Abby, Joe, Connie, and myself. Who wants to begin?
I'll go. This is Joe speaking. Well, clearly it's visible. I have a hard time not approving it, considering we've approved the solar on the second floor facing the road, which I don't know how that occurred, but because clearly it's visible from the street. But we do have there is a dark roof, and the panels seem to be symmetrically laid, and they can't tell what the organization is of them. But on the lower roof, I guess you're probably not going to see any vegetation added to this, right? Because they'd be blocking their view of the water.
It is the secondary structure, so they might be interested in putting some in. They definitely don't want to, to soften it up. When originally the driveway led up to this house, and in part of the application for the solar, the driveway was moved around to the side, and so the owner does have the intention of putting in some vegetation to soften it, but wasn't necessarily planting like a large tree or something, obviously due to the view.
I mean, I'm torn on it because we've approved them on the front already on the second floor, which I think is probably going to be, this is going to be as visible as that. I'd like to hear what my other board members have to say, but
Okay.
Those are my comments.
All right. Well, Joe, thanks for that. Who's next?
I can go.
So I'm kind of dealing with the same conundrum of you know, it's street facing and there's already been solar approved, which I'm a little bit curious about. But it doesn't seem like the lower roof is any worse than the upper roof, so if it's been passed, it seems like more could be passed, but it is set back and it's not on the main structure, but it is certainly visible and facing the street. And there really isn't any screening. So that's all I have.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Let's see, that leaves Connie and Abby.
I can go.
Yeah.
I'm in the same quandary. It's definitely visible. I'm not sure why the other top second floor solar, which is also very visible, was approved. That being said, yeah, I'm torn too. I'm not sure about this.
Okay. We're at least showing consensus here. Abby,
So I think I was against the first one, so I'm certainly not in favor of the second one.
okay, thanks. So, Tobias, this, I think, falls under the category of like sort of a two wrongs doesn't make a right necessarily. And so this building is like wide open to the road. And I would be personally, and it sounds like some of my other board members would be interested in some kind of landscaping there that would mitigate the view of, frankly, both of these panels from the road. So should we hold this for revisions? People?
Question for the chair. So what would the
Yes.
revision look like? Landscaping mitigation?
Well, look, short of him simply withdrawing the application or moving to a different roof, we would be looking for some landscape way of taking the bite off of being able to look across a wide expanse of lawn right to the panels. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Angus.
Happy to do that.
You happy to do that?
I'm always happy, Ray.
I know you are. That's the thing. So how about it, folks? We can move just for some revisions and see what Tobias comes up with for us.
Yeah, I'd love to pick it up like next week. I'll be quick if possible.
Okay, get it in by Thursday. Can that be part of somebody's motion?
So moved.
All right, so that's Angus's motion, which is for revisions in by Thursday, heard the following Tuesday. On Angus's motion, Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, thank you, Tobias. Now we're on to workshop.
Ray, I'm back. I'm back.
Hey, Stephen, I'm gonna sit off.
Who's this? Who's speaking?
It's that guy who's the chair.
When you're addressing yourself to the chair, you always have to give your name for the record. It's like rule number one in this biz.
And can let's have the record reflect that on the 19 Low Beach, I'll sit as an alternate.
Okay.
I'm available as an alternate.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I, Ray Pohl, will hand you back your gavel.
Okay, thanks, Ray. I appreciate it. That was a nice break.
Okay, there you go. I'm here.
Excellent. Andrew?
Hello, Andrew Kotchin, representing the application for 7 Folger Lane. Can I share? It's saying somebody else is sharing. Well, okay. Thank you. So I have before you this evening 3 applications for this property. The first one that I'm going to present is for what I would consider some minor alterations to the existing main house that are here. I'll share on the screen. I've put together a full sort of study of this home, even though it is not an historic structure. Holly, I assume you went through it. The house was built in 2000, but it is in the old historic district. And so I've sort of put all of the relevant information into this packet for the board to have just to confirm and demonstrate the history of the home. Going back to 1998 in this image, there was no structure on this part of Folger Lane, and the house was built in 2000. Additionally, we've done a pretty extensive photo study of the existing structure and the surrounding context into the rear portion of the site, which I don't believe really has much visibility from any public way at all based on the surrounding structures and the heavily vegetated area that exists. So I'll come back to this when we get to some of the other parts of the application. Additionally, I've documented all of the homes that exist in the context around Folger Lane. I think many of us could state that a lot of these structures, while very nice, are probably not fully in keeping with today's guidelines of the HDC if they were in front of the board. And some of the modifications we're proposing for this structure are trying to hopefully bring it back to a more appropriate front facade. I've demonstrated here sort of a composite elevation along Folger Lane so that everybody can see. This is the structure that I'm here representing this evening. These are the existing structures working down towards Cliff Road. Currently, the front elevation of the house, what we're proposing are really three changes. One is to eliminate the side lights, these sort of vertical transoms on either side of this center window that exists on the second floor. Two, to remove the fenestration that exists around the front entry that hip condition doesn't feel super appropriate for a 5-bay federal style home in this context. And then three is the paint color on the house. Those are the only changes I'm proposing on the front elevation. So you can see down here, what we've done is, again, sort of remove the side lights on the window, this center window on the second floor. I'll get to the elevations to blow it up more, but wanted to sort of show you in this context, remaining the side lights that exist on the front door and sort of removing that pediment and doing a more traditional fenestration around that entry piece itself. So I'll get to the elevations now and just kind of walk through the changes around the project. I've also done a window study. I don't know if I needed to do that, but it was in the OHD, so I figured I'd better do it. We are proposing to replace the windows in the home with true TDLs to be custom. Getting to the elevations, here's the window study. So over here are the existing elevations. Here on the proposed, you can see is the removal of the side lights here, like I said, and then the simplification of the front entry that I think is more appropriate for this style home. Additionally, set back off the front, this side wart has a hip roof condition right now. We're proposing to change that to more of a gable condition, which I also think is a better look on the structure. If we come over to the east elevation, the only changes are the removal of this entry portico, whatever you want to call it, and a few window modifications on the side, just creating more balance on the elevation. I don't think anything there is too impactful. As we come around to the rear of the home, this is where I think one of the more major changes is occurring. In addition to the sort of roof change on this elevation that you can see on the west and the north as well, we are sort of creating a slightly different condition. If this is the stepped gables that exist right now, what we're proposing is to extend down this sort of roof line to create a little more space on the ground floor of the home and create an inset second floor deck that already exists there, but just fenestrate it in a slightly different way. Lastly, then on the west elevation, you can see over the garage, right now there's a deck with these sort of brackets and doors, and we're proposing to remove that deck and just put 3 windows on that facade, which I think is pretty simple. So this is really, I think, the main piece that the board may take issue with, but I do think there isn't any visibility there. And I think there are many homes in town that have these extended sort of salt box asymmetrical conditions that I think this actually works quite well on the home. So that's it.
That's it. Okay, Andrew, thank you. Any questions for Andrew at this point?
I have a simple one.
Ray?
What's the color change?
The color change, sorry, Ray, is that it's cobblestone, tone on tone. There's no difference between.
Oh, okay, got it.
And the
Got
window, it's all one color now.
Wow, it looks like it's
Additionally,
Salem.
we'll put to change the windows to have more of a, traditional casing around them rather than
You mean
this step
plank
condition.
frame?
Yeah, plank frame. Thank you.
So, sorry, Andrew, not to belabor this, but are you proposing to switch out the trim to plank frame?
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay. Great, thanks.
Yeah. Anything else, Ray?
Nope.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is an HDC survey on file, believe it or not. It does say it's circa 1989, so it is non-contributing. It probably had some additions or whatnot changes in 2000. But I think the proposed changes, bringing it to a 5-bay federal, true federal kind of style, I think, it is appropriate. Appreciate the detailed window survey. Again, within the OHD, this is a fine example of a true infill. I think retaining the 6/6 windows, having the plank frame, great. I do, while New England, a lot of places in New England, when it comes to colors, usually don't have, or usually have the same color tone. I think it is a little unique in this regard. I think this would be one that, I'm not familiar with any others like that, but I don't have too much concern on that. So I appreciate the color. The front door obviously is great with that mantle, getting rid of that portico. Definitely was not a good thing to put on there. So I have no concerns other than I understand that the rear second floor deck has that existing deck and door configuration. But typically in the OHD, if we're gonna have one of those, it should have a kick panel. So that's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Is there any butters in the audience or online? Please show a hand. Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
Just sort of echoing Holly's comments about the color. It feels kind of New Englandy, but not so much Nantucket-y, the color choices, but otherwise no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who would like to begin? Yeah,
I
the
can.
board is myself, Angus, Val, Carrie, and Ray.
I'm
I
happy to
can
go.
start.
Ray, please.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I think all of the changes are an improvement across the board. Well, with the possible exception of that salt box shape, which Andrew pointed out accurately won't be visible. So I'm okay with that portion of the application. And with regard to the paint thing, I find it very interesting because yes, like Mickey said it well, it's a New England detail. Like if you go to Salem, you see it all over. If you go to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, you see it all over. If you go to Old Lyme, Connecticut, you see it all over, like this monochrome look with plank frame windows. And I mean, you don't see it all the time on Nantucket, but I kind of like it.
There's a house on Union Street that has it.
On Union?
100.
Yeah.
I think it's 100.
Yeah, I'm sure you could find examples, but I actually think it's really nice. So, I mean, I know that nice is not a word we're supposed to be using in this discussion, but I think it's appropriate to the historic nature of this house, particularly given that you're going to change it out to plank frame windows. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate the successful reframing of that comment. Carrie?
The nice thing. Yeah.
I have no issue with this except for the full side lights. You've taken away the side lights up above, and the full side lights to me are not typical.
Right.
They're there.
Yeah, they're existing unfortunately, but since you're changing so much, I would change that as well. But all the rest of it looks great.
Let's see, Val
I agree with everything that's been said.
and Angus.
I agree with everything that's been said. I really appreciate everything, except for the, what looks like a screen porch that was filled in with the glass. And I would keep that as a hip. I think it makes for a awkward gable above the windows in that west elevation. But other than that, I think all of it's appropriate.
Thank you. So I agree generally with the comments that have been made. I'm a little concerned about the frontis not being detailed enough. However, Andrew, I trust in your aesthetic and your design sensibilities and sensitivities. So It would have been helpful to have more of a detailed type drawing, but as I refer back to my comment of moments ago, what would we like to do, folks?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. So it'll be the same board on the accessory dwelling?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Andrew, just for the sake of the minutes, it'll be the same board for the next 3 applications. Proceed.
This is an accessory structure located in the rear portion of the site. There is quite a bit of topography, which I've tried to sort of capture in the images here, that the site rolls down to the rear. The property is quite large towards the rear portion of the site, so I don't believe there'll be any visibility of this. If you look at the site plan, as you can see, the property rolls down here. I think it's about like 8 feet from the street elevation down to the lower level here. This is the location of this structure. There's really no way that you can see back into it. However, we have taken an approach that it is a 1-story structure. We've done a little bit of this sort of salt box, really low eave line in the back, sort of lower down, sunken into the ground that you would see in some of the older outbuildings in the old historic district and around the island, which I think is actually pretty clever and unique. So I believe that the massing of the structure as a 1-story, it could be obviously much larger, is something that's very tasteful to be done in the old historic district. We do have quite a large window on one side, door on one side. I can't hide that. But due to the lack of visibility, I'm hopeful that the board will see that is something that can be done in this context. The paint color is the same, the cobblestone, cedar roof, natural shake siding, and that's really it. It's all TDLs as well, so everything like the main house has.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Andrew on this one?
Point of clarification, the same,
Ray and then Carrie.
yes, sorry. Same color scheme, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Carrie?
I'm just wondering what's under those glass doors? Is there a huge window well with another set of glass doors?
No. Oh, good joke, Carrie.
Grade and a deck?
It is grade. Yeah, there's nothing that,
No big
no,
underground?
no, there's no secrets.
Okay.
Anyone else curious about secrets?
There's only a window well in the back here. That's it.
And it's just a single?
It is just a single window well. Very typical window well. Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else with questions? All right, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the lean-to style to go with this, the main house here, especially in the OHD. I will say that while it might not be visible from a public way, it would possibly be visible from Coffin Park, which is a town-owned park. Not say that it will, but I am concerned on that, especially what it could be viewed from, this is from the historic Sunset Hill area. And that elevation that we're just talking about, it does face that direction. Now, whether it's going to be seen from there, I don't know. And I will note for the record that obviously views from a private way or private property is not of the HTC's concern, but a public owned property it is, which is that Coffin Park. So that would be my only concern, because that east elevation is atypical with those windows down there, but do appreciate the information that you provided, Andrew. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. I presume no abutters? All right. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add to Holly's comments?
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Holly said about that east elevation, it's obviously fairly over fenestrated. It's got 6 extra large French doors facing that way. And when you look at, you can see a photograph that actually shows this, but on the site plan, it identifies a footbridge that crosses right into the Coffin Park. And you can see on the photograph that if you stand on the far side of the footbridge on Coffin Park property, you're looking right at this building. So I would say, yes, this is visible from Coffin Park, and that's kind of a concern from that location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Who would like to begin? Val?
Sure, I appreciate the massing and it looks like a little house in Codfish Park that dives into the hill, which I think is wonderful. I just don't know what to think of these doors. You took such great care in making the front house look so historic, and come around the corner and it's like, oh my God, it's like a Barbie house. So I wouldn't be in favor of this fenestration unless, well, you frame it up and you prove to us you can't see it. It's just too anomalous.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I think that's a good idea. Frame it up and let's see what we can see. Because that is a lot of glass.
I think timeline for ordering materials might get in the way of that a little bit, given the specialty nature of it. Just to throw that out there. Ray?
Yeah. Good point, Stephen. Well, I was going to register my usual, but Andrew already knows what it is, so it'll just be our little secret. Andrew, do you know what I'm going to complain about?
The pergola?
No.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
Oh, the chimney.
Chimney.
Sure, the chimney, of course. Yeah. I see. I thought this was a really great layout.
Well, look, I do like the whole shape of the building a lot. I do think the chimney's a little tall.
A little tall. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little tall. And I guess I share the concern about those gang doors. But Stephen kind of said it well there. We can't really wait to view this thing because of the lead time on those kind of things. We're talking months and months to get them. So we should sort of decide what we're going to do.
What if we have a view with
Ixnay
some
the
ridge?
door.
Hold on a second, guys. One at a time. Who would like to speak?
I was just going to suggest
Carrie.
a view with some ridge poles so we can see where it is. in relation.
That's a good point. That's a good one.
Val?
If it was, let's approve it today, I'd say no to the doors,
Okay,
if that's such a crazy idea.
okay. Thank you. Angus?
So I appreciate the massing, the low scale, how it fits in the landscape, all of it. I feel like during the day, the shading that would be provided from the pergola mitigates the 24 by 8.5 foot section of glass. My concern is at night and of just having this, huge mass that, can't help but to glow if they're going to be using it at night. So I think there probably could be a fair amount of glass there for what's probably a really beautiful view, but I would do it in a more traditional way, thinking back to the house and the sensitivity with which the fenestration was articulated on that.
Thanks, Angus.
Thank you.
Andrew, the hardscaping deck, is that for the main house or for the accessory dwelling or both?
It's for the property.
Okay, and is there anything there we're gonna wanna be seeing relative to this?
The hardscaping is going to have no impact on
Any
the,
plant material screening or anything?
not really,
Okay,
no.
just so we know. Yeah, I mean, it's potentially an issue with respect to visibility. It's potentially an issue with respect to night lighting. And unless there's going to be some type of mitigating factor on the view line from this structure to the bridge, then it becomes a question of how do you want to address the concern?
Perhaps we put up stakes rather than ridge poles, maybe stakes of where the fenestration would be on the property, sort of 2 stakes on either end of the door, and take a bunch of photos, come back and have a slight discussion about that. Or
Frame it.
Val's,
I think Val wants to speak spontaneously. What did you want to say?
Frame the door. Put a box so we can see how big it is.
Oh.
It's 24 feet wide.
sure.
8 feet tall, 8.5.
So 24 feet
Good
is
idea.
24 feet, but we'd like to see it there.
Understood.
How about a view, and can you just frame up an opening?
Yes. We'll create some
It's easier than
visual to
ridge poles.
represent it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's easier than ridge poles.
Yeah. I mean, the massing isn't the issue, so we don't need ridge poles.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm just saying easier to construct
Sure.
a doorway that just the
Okay.
frame than anything else.
Okay.
Okay, so,
And am I gonna have to wait like 3 months to come back for that, or how's that work? I've heard other people.
I think that's
like-
gonna, I think it's gonna depend on how quickly you get that up and,
Call it in.
We have a process, let us know. I'll email you, but you just basically let us know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
and then we'll put it
Okay.
on. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew. We're
one
gonna
more.
move on to the shed.
So I'll go to the site plan. The location of the shed is slightly atypical in the front portion of the property along the street here, which is a dead end. So it goes nowhere. There's just landscaping around at the edge. So the intent is to locate a shed sort of almost as if it was sort of a piece left over from an older period on the front portion of the house. The shed design is fairly typical. We are suggesting to put clapboard on the whole thing, so it would be the cobblestone tone on tone like the house, and all four sides of the shed would have the clapboard on them. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's simple enough. I think the fenestration could be a little more typical, though, especially to match all the changes that are being done to the main house. What's the visibility on that for you, Mr. Chair?
Oh, it's fully visible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, I mean, I would try to make the fenestration match the main house as
Like
much as
gutters,
possible.
Holly, and stuff, all that?
No, fenestration, the windows.
Oh,
Make them
cladding.
more
Oh, sure.
appropriate
Okay.
and
All right, guys, I want to know back and forth, please, through the chair.
Thank you,
We
Mr. Chair.
got a lot to get
That's it.
done in the next half an hour. Let's see, Val?
Steve? Steve?
Oh, Mickey, I'm sorry. Do you have any, yeah, we're running close on time, so if there's anything repetitive, just, and you support Holly's comments, please just let us know. If there's anything new, please go ahead and add that.
Yeah, I've got a couple of new things. So I want to clarify the cardinal points on the elevations. Andrew, could you just look at that and verify that those are correct, or maybe it needs to be rotated a little bit? It seems.
So
90.
north is up, so that would mean that, oh yeah, Mickey, they're rotated.
So the doors will face actually west?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. So my other comments are that if the doors are visible, these are batten doors. Typically, batten doors are not framed; they're just simple boards. So that I would try to make them a little bit more traditional. And I think that clapboarding the shed makes it a little bit too formal. I would not do that. I think a shed should be as simple as possible in shingles. And in terms of the siding, it seems like, you raised the point of it's a little unusual, and I agree with that. There's plenty of room at the back of the driveway to move the shed, which is a more traditional place for it. So those are our comments.
Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate it. Who would like to begin? Ray?
I actually agree with the three things that Mickey just said.
Okay, thank you.
Well, actually,
Oh.
Mickey actually said four, one of them being the cardinal points, but you're going to change that.
Yep. Carrie?
Yeah, I agree. This property's huge. It doesn't have to be jammed up right on the street there.
Okay.
Other than that, that's fine looking little building.
Angus?
I agree with what's been said.
Val?
Same.
And aye. Can we get a motion hold for revisions?
So moved.
On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks, Andrew. Same board, same property, hardscaping deck.
The main house was approved, right?
Yeah. When you're ready.
Thank you. All right, so this, this application is just for the hardscape. There is an existing spa, and I tried to kind of simplify, put little images of the pre-existing hardscape, some patios, pavers, and as you can see, it's all tucked against the main house. So as I just reiterate, the main house just was approved with the addition and with the decks. So this is existing spa, which just practically, I just changed the material to the irregular bluestone with expanded deck, kind of, which was initially like located in the front of the shed. Just kind of expanded this living area, which none of it would be visible, or even if you go there now, there's a thick vegetation, pre-existing privet, which all would remain. In addition, I would like to do a few more patios in this lower area with the outdoor kitchen. Again, all of it is tucked behind the public views, and also you cannot see it to Holly's Point from the Coffin Park. This is all wetland and very vegetated area, so there is really no visibility to this back part of the property.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it, yeah, that's it. Just practically change of material and adding the deck.
Okay. Any questions for Mirka? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the irregular stone. I'm not too sure about the bluestone, maybe Goshen, maybe more appropriate, but I do appreciate the organic feel instead of having more rigid, and maybe even use that for the pavers. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And
We agree with Holly.
you agree. Thank you, Mickey. I appreciate that. Who would like to begin? Ray?
I'm going to go with HSAG plus Holly.
Okay. Carrie?
Me too, I'm wondering, are you, from the photographs and then the drawing, a little bit, are you getting rid of, there's a stair down underneath the deck?
So,
The existing deck, there's like a bulkhead, an open stair down underneath, are you getting rid of that?
so right now the deck, it's this size, and the access, it's right here. But we are proposing go this way to the basement, to the lower level. So it's practically all this access to the space below will be from the garage.
So this new deck here,
Would be all at the same grade, like a 2
all at the
feet.
same level? So
Yes.
you are-
Yeah. So all this hardscape will be practically simplified. No more of these steps. Sorry,
Mirka,
this
just
one.
let's limit to the questions and the answers, please.
Yeah, no, she answered my question.
Okay. Any additional comments?
No.
Okay. Val? Can you translate that into something for me?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
I agree with what's been said.
Okay, thank you. That was a productive comment. I agree with what's been said. Can we get a motion, please? Anyone?
Oh, God.
Ferris?
Sounds like Ray's working on one.
I just heard you to say the Goshen instead bluestone. That was,
Yeah,
I just want to kind of
I'm not,
clarify.
I'm not sure if I missed something. Ray?
All right. I'll give this a try. So are you okay with changing to Goshen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mirka?
If I just might be honest, why I choose bluestone because it's more flat. The Goshen sometimes can be a little bit more irregular.
Well, but you know, interestingly, Mirka, that's why
Yeah.
we like the Goshen, is because it's not so architectural.
Correct, but if I just might just finish my thought, because I'm around
Oh,
the
sorry.
spa and people go barefoot. So from the safety reason, I did find the flat bluestone is more suitable just because there. And again, none of it will be visible. So I'm okay to change it, but I would prefer for the safety and comfort level to stick with the bluestone. Flat
Yeah,
bluestone.
you know, I would argue it the other way. I mean, I've walked all over Goshen patios, and they're, you know, I'm not going to hurt my feet on it. Here we go. I'm going to move to approve this with Goshen in place of the bluestone. That's my motion.
Okay, on your motion, Goshen Walker.
There we go. Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Let's see, Val?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you for working with us, Mirka, and
Thank you very
moving that
much.
along. We are on to 125 Main, revision of a shed. Is Structures Unlimited with us? No. So we'll hold that over. 14 Almanac Pond Road. Good evening.
Hi there.
So let's see, once you're up on the screen, if you can tell us what modifications you've made. This was last heard April 2nd. The board is myself, Abby, Val, and Joe. So it's a 4-member board. There were no alternates, and Diane Coombs is retired. Thank you.
When you last heard us, you were concerned with the size of the cupola and suggested that we come back with an alteration. We took Commissioner Camp's suggestion and did a square of 2 windows on either side, and so decreased the size. It's now a 9 by 9 square. And then we changed the setbacks on the dormer, so we brought them in a little bit further.
Okay, and can we scroll down to the next one? Okay, so that shows that size. Okay, I'm sorry, what did you want us to see?
I'm sorry, the new changes are way to the bottom. That's the old, that's the initial.
Okay, good.
I was gonna say, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like the last 2 pages of the whole package.
thank you.
Okay, zoom out slightly, please, so we get a full sheet. And center. Can you center it, please? The page. Thank you. Okay, dramatic difference. And the next set of elevations, the next sheet? Okay. Who would like to begin? Anyone?
Just digesting here.
It's again me, Abby, Val, and Joe.
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I'm appreciative of that reduction. I think that made a huge difference for me on the front. And I'm gonna go with the wild assumption that the rear cannot be seen, because you went from having panes of glass to nothing. Which would be my main concern with this iteration, is that there's no panes of glass, but
Can you address visibility?
Yeah, it's, so we face the old decommissioned windswept cranberry bog, and they've taken that pathway out that was adjacent to our house, and there's so much vegetation there, you can't see it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some pictures in there, and also, we're gonna be painting the trim black. So
What?
you won't really notice whether there is or isn't.
Val, would you like to address color?
you can't paint your trim black, sorry.
The trim,
No,
the
trim
windows.
is going to be,
I'm sorry, the window trim, the
The
window.
sash.
sash is gonna be black, and the trim is going to be gray.
Okay.
I misspoke.
That's okay. You see what happens, as I know only too well. Let's see, Val, any other comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I'm familiar with the property. I've been in all the structures and on this property with the previous owners. And this is a quirky building, and is because of that, I think is probably the only reason why it might support a cupola. I do think that the other one was a Belvedere. This is more like a cupola. So it's a little top-heavy. I think that it probably needs more glass and less. The corners are heavy. And if you look at, there's some great cupolas in Nantucket, and if they're it's almost like window sash to window sash. So I think that some of the proportions need to be thinned up, and it feels like it could be shrunk just a little bit overall. Maybe it's an 8x8 instead of a 9x9, which might sound like splitting hairs, but I do think that in order to get the cupola right, it might have to be finessed a little bit. I do agree that there's no visibility on these large windows that have the muttons in them that now don't. The few black and white issues that, not issues, but one of the design items that we have in building with Nantucket in mind are these setbacks of dormers to the cheek wall, which is typically 3 feet. It's definitely an improvement over what you had, it looks like. And I think that it would be great if those came in a foot. I just took a look at the floor plan to see how much that would affect things. I know you've got some symmetry going on there. A view of that west elevation, isn't that the closest to the street? It's hard to tell. It is, right?
It is, but
Yeah.
it's heavily wooded.
Yeah. Yeah. So I have a question about the visibility of that from the road, but it wouldn't prevent me from approving it, I don't think, if other board members are flexible on it.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I mean, this building is so quirky that, you know, rules still apply, but I think I'm okay as what is proposed. So,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I've been in some of the structures that are newer, or not newer, but have had work done on them in the last few years. And I agree, my only concern would be the extent of visibility on the west, but, you know, as I'm kind of going through it, I think that it's shielded by the existing vegetation, and I would be okay with this approved subject to limited visibility and the condition that screening be maintained, the existing screening be maintained from now and thereafter. That's kind of what I'm thinking. What would we like to do, folks?
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A?
Approve- Yeah, like Joe said, take in the,
Does everybody
I'm
care
okay
about
with
the
them as
cupola?
they are.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
If everybody else is okay, I would motion to approve as submitted.
There is, I would point out, sorry, Joe, I would point out, I think on your, what's this, your south? No, your north? Can we zoom in on the lower? No, this, yeah, in the middle, on the cupola. Okay, so it was just a scale thing. It actually, at a zoom further out, it looks like the sash were off-center, so I was just gonna ask you to correct that as a matter of having it in the drawings, but it looks fine. When you zoom back out, no, maybe it was parallax error. Okay, so we've got a motion, I think, you started Exhibit A, do you want to stick with that?
No,
Okay, what would you like to do?
he just made.
Yeah, just a question to the applicant. I guess we can see it on the application, but the sash is black and the trim,
It's gray.
it's called out as Quaker gray. Okay, yeah, motion to approve is submitted
On your motion?
with the visibility stipulation as described by the chair.
So that'll be a condition restriction written onto the COA. Val?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, folks, so that moves us, we're going to flip the page to 20 Liberty Street. Thank you so much.
I'm not on it.
And the board on this is myself, Abby, Joe, Connie, and that's it. And Stephen, once you get up to where you want to be, why don't you start and so kindly let the staff know where you want to be as you proceed.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, HDC. Steve Rothke for the applicant at 20 Liberty Street. Tonight before you are a number of revisions that we made after our preliminary hearing. During that review, there was discussion about scale and massing and whatnot, and also a number of good suggestions that came from the board. Many of those have been implemented. So Fiona, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to the north elevation, which is the front elevation, next page down.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little more legible on your screens, board, but revisions clouded per usual. In some cases, we clouded notes rather than really muddying up the drawings, but.
No, I'll just deal with it.
So look, the intent here is to be very sensitive about the original structure, which sits right up on Liberty Street and is beautiful. It's unique. It's taller than a lot of structures in town, but it's got beautiful proportion. It has its historic front porch. This owner, who I kind of think of as a steward of the building, is trying to do the right thing, both for the building, but also for his family, with an intent to make the house what they need it to be to accommodate their family needs and stay on Liberty Street for a long time and become part of the rich history that is Liberty Street in town. He's removed a very tall, kind of oversized pergola. He's brought the historic shutters back to the front elevation. And those are changes that we did identify on the set of drawings for you. We spent a lot of time talking about what's transpiring at the back of the property at the end of the driveway. And there is program to replace an existing, it's called a garage. It's got a very narrow door on it, but we're replacing that existing garage with a proper garage that's attached back to the house and in fact has a new primary bedroom suite located above it. We spent time at the last hearing discussing whether or not this attachment was truly visible or not, whether a structure that was detached would work. And the consensus was that the connector probably was not visible. Certainly I agree with that. However, the design is still very much about this additive mass at the back, transpiring off of that connector. And the connector, quite simply, is just based on the practical needs of how a family lives in a house like this. It's a mudroom entry right next to the garage. It's a powder room, a laundry room, and a connector into the additional space that provides an additional bedroom, a family room area, one-story family room area in the backyard, and that garage space that we spoke about. So on this west elevation, you can see a fundamental shift was the rotation of the ridge. That gable that you see there on the addition used to face forward, and it was visible from Liberty Street right down the driveway. Joe Paul made a suggestion that we consider a rotation there, and it was, I thought, very good advice. It also lent itself quite well to another comment, which was, could we integrate a lot of the existing exterior trim details into the new work? And in fact, we've done that. We've looked to all existing trim details, whether those are fascia and cornice details or window casings, and we've replicated all of them on the addition now, alongside that sort of rather large massing shift. In the course of making that massing shift, we did reduce the ridge height. It's now at 26 feet. It has very typical dormers that face forward, one of which is visible from Liberty Street. Next slide, please, Fiona. The south elevation, which faces the Coffin School, kind of a classic 1.5 story mass, not unlike what we see on other additions around town. And adjacent to it is a 1-story mass, which sits down in sort of the rear corner of the backyard. We did reduce the size and height of that 1-story mass such that it now steps in from the longer wall of the 1.5-story portion of the building. Reduce the width and height of the cupola. Next slide, please, Fee. And in this east elevation, you can see that we addressed the porch that's on that 1-story element that's kind of closest to you on the left-hand side of the page there. That had been a gable. There was debate about how visible this 1-story element would be from Liberty Street, and I pointed out that there is an existing hedge and an existing board fence, all of which is to remain, and our drawings do reflect that it exists and that it will stay. But the reality is that our drawings show what it looks like, and I don't think that it would be particularly egregious to see if we did see it, but we don't have any plans to change that particular experience of the streetscape right there as you pass the beginning of 20 Liberty Street coming up from town. Those are the changes that I've made, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you have.
Thanks, Steve, appreciate it. Are there questions at this point? Okay, so the board on this is to be corrected. So it's myself, Abby, Joe, Connie, and Carrie.
I have one question for
Joe.
Steve. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out what elevation it is. There it is. Those 4 French doors, are those proposed, or are they were they part of the initial submission, but they're not highlighted because they weren't revised?
That's correct, Joe. They are not existing. They
Okay.
were part of the original submission and are not bubbled because they were not part of the revisions we made.
Okay, all right, thank
We're
you.
adding, there's 2 doors there and a window, I believe. We could dig back into the existing elevations. That's an area where there's that rather high pergola I mentioned, which had been removed sort of prior to our project planning. But we have proposed to make those 4 French doors and also that pent roof above it. That is new work.
Anything else, Joe?
No, that was my only question, thank you.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the circa 1885 Mary G. Wilbur structure house within the Wesco Acre lots. The site plan should clearly show the square footage of the existing historic structure versus the proposed addition. While I notate the COA does indicate the square footage, it would be helpful to have that reflected on the plan. The addition is still inappropriate proposed as it is. The addition should follow guidance in building with Nantucket in mind. There hasn't been enough to address those concerns brought up by the commission, in my opinion. The addition should be more subordinate to the size, scale, and height. It was asked for the proposal to be simplified, making it a separate structure would be more appropriate, as garage additions are not a common feature within the OHD. Keeping the garage separate would be more in keeping with the historic character of the historic neighborhood. And for the record, there are abutters that have sent comments and concerns to your attention, as well as I believe they're here this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. And we have butters. Why don't you folks approach the mic, and you're going to want to get really close to it to make sure that we can hear you, more so people at home on the tape. I'd ask that you please keep your comments to matters under our purview, which are architectural elements and massing, including massing and individual elements. And the rationale there is that if we bring up other topics that aren't on our purview and this goes to appeal, you never know which way it's going to cut, so it's problematic for everyone. With that said, I would ask you just identify yourself for the record and go ahead and make your comments, please.
Thank you. My name is Paula McLeod. I am the co-owner of 31 Liberty and the owner of 29 Liberty, which is located directly across the street, not technically in a butter, because I live in a duplex, 5-bay, that has been divided. I was going to cut these short, but I think I'm just going to go with what I have prepared. I want to start out by thanking you. I'll just double that up because of the time.
Paula, I
Yes.
just want to caution you, we do have a procedure where it's a couple minutes, so when you say I was going to cut it short, I just want to make sure you're aware that there is a time limit.
Thank you. You mentioned the words atypical. You mentioned the words appropriateness. You mentioned the word context. For me, what is being proposed for Liberty Street is out of context with the setting of Liberty Street. There's very clear indications in building with Nantucket in mind about, I've got numerous quotes about what was expected from making buildings, putting additions on. From page 68, the integrity of the front of the historic building should be maintained. Any addition to a historic home should be extended to the rear or side wall and kept as inconspicuous as possible. Several of those words do not apply to what is being shown here. I want to also put my concern that there were comments by, I think, each one of the commissioners the last time this was presented that have not been addressed. Things about the overwhelming the historic lot, the footprint feels like it's overwhelming, et cetera, et cetera. That word appears many times. Also quoting from Nantucket, building with Nantucket in mind, under the goal number 3 for construction in the Old Town is to preserve the integrity of historic buildings that physically express the history of the island, to ensure that all additions to historic buildings are compatible with the original building. I also want to point out that although this submission again says this is not viewable from a public way, that is incorrect. Google Street View shows that it is visible from Winter Street, and of course it is visible from Liberty Street. It juts out on both sides. What is more typical is that you take the number of bays you have and build all the way back to the back line, lot line, and maybe you put a 1-story L on your addition. So my message to you is this is not about tweaking, it's not about gables and fenestration, it's really about the whole thing and whether it, it is atypical and it is inappropriate and it is out of context. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Does anyone else want to speak? Please approach. And again, if you could identify yourself, that'd be wonderful, thanks.
Well, I'm Kathleen Cannon, and I reside at 26 Liberty Street. I want to second what my neighbor Paula said, who really said it very eloquently. I've lived on Liberty Street since 2009, and I was a new Nantucketer at the time, and I first thought, oh, I want to do all these things to my house because I have a growing family and married daughters, etc. And I really respect and honor the Historic District Commission because I didn't do all those things. And what I did was really in keeping with what my architect said that you approved. And I have since really appreciated all of that. And I appreciate the work that you do as well. And I totally agree with my neighbor, Paula McLeod. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Angus?
I would just like to add that I agree with everything that's been said.
Angus, I'm sorry, just let's clarify in what capacity you're speaking.
As a member of the public.
Okay, just for the record. And you weren't active on this, you're not recusing, you're speaking, you're not eligible to sit on this and you're speaking as a member of the public.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just I agree with the preservation planner, the advisory group, and the neighbors. The massing is completely out of scale with what is recommended in Building with Nantucket in Mind. And I agree that it's more than tweaking details. It really has to be downscaled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And do we have anyone else in the audience? Please come on up.
My name is Deborah Spear, and I live at 22A Liberty, and my backyard goes onto this property. And that's about it. I just don't, it won't give much backyard. I feel it's encroaching on us.
Okay, thank you. Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
We do. Thank you, Stephen. So this still does not relate to the existing structure. It's fairly boxy. The scale of the rear structure should be more subordinate to the main house. Instead, it is much more massive in proportion. This directly abuts the coffin school, and the 2-story eave line of the flush dormers will loom over the property line. The main mass of the addition should be narrower to complement the proportions of the main house. And just overall, it's a massive addition on this house. It's more than doubling the existing footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Who would like to begin?
I'm certainly ready.
Abby?
Well, could we bring up the site plan? Because I think it shows what what I'm trying to say about the massing. So here's the site plan, and you can see where the addition is, and it really is a case of the dog, of the tail wagging the dog. So I'm not going to go into details, I'm just going to talk about the massing. So the addition overwhelms the main house. It's not the connector that bothers me. If you look at the massing on the lot, you can see how much it just overwhelms the lot. I mean, it's just too large. I think the back of the house is also too large, and you can see, if you're on Liberty Street and you're looking back at the house, the addition is so large, you can see it on either side of the historic house. And the back is so long that it sort of is incongruous with the historic coffin house. So, and it's right on the setback. So, I mean, that's what I have for starters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
This is my first time speaking on it, but I did mull it in and listen to everything from you. Just know that I'm not totally green on this. I think I mean, it's obvious, you're turning to create a T, as Abby said, visible from both sides of the house. And
Harry, is your mic on?
I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm just commenting on the nature of the T, and I really think you should go back and look at telescoping in the traditional manner and hiding as much as possible behind the width of the main historic structure. I think the one-story connector, you're losing out on a lot of program space on the second floor, which you're making up for in this big second floor on the addition. And I think you could bring it in and use that space for some second floor, reduce the program a little bit. And I think a separate single garage bay would completely minimize the garage side. And I'm not even convinced you should have two one-story pieces on either side, but I do think telescoping, you can still get decent second floor space up there, but really do your best to hide it behind the existing structure in the traditional way that you would telescope. You can squat it down and get more one-story elements, maybe with some sheds, but yeah, we need to be really sensitive to this building.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
That's an interesting thought that Carrie just expressed regarding the connector piece. I mean, the T-shape, I mean, I think the genesis of the T-shape is intended to preserve the facade of the existing house, the gable end. So I don't think that partie diagram is misdirected. I do think that generally it's probably the right diagram, but it does extend lot line to, or setback to setback, and it's up against the setback in the back. I do think that there's some opportunity for some modulation. Nobody else has commented on details, but I think I will comment on a couple of details, because I think that all of these pent roofs, I think there are 4. There's one on either side of the link, and there's one on the 4 French doors, and there's a larger one over the garage that also encapsulates the entry door. I think there's some tension there. It feels like that element has become an predominant detail, and it's not like taking a cue off of the existing house. So I think if those things were simplified, that would start to help. I definitely think that the change of the roof direction, if I go back to the front elevation again, which I guess is the south, now we don't have competing gable and competing gable, but what I do find competing with the main facade are the gable dormers, where you've matched the trim on the main house. And I think if you had no dormers and it was just a low wall with low windows, or that structure had a salt box shape, then I think it would start to feel subordinate, setting aside the footprint thing for a second. The cupola, I think, is also a little element that maybe that actually needs to go on the garage structure for more of a carriage house feel if the cupola stays, but it feels a little out of place on the single roof structure. I love cupolas, but I feel like it is an element that might be competing with the simplicity of that front facade. I know we're not supposed to comment on floor plans, so I'm not going to get into floor plan design, but it does feel like there's opportunity to contract the footprint of that space and keep your program. I'm not against the link necessarily. The thing that just feels a little disconcerting to me is how on the driveway side, the pent roof kind of overlaps the link and the house. And I think that pent roof could go away, or the door shifts so that it's in the link completely. Maybe the link gets defined differently in terms of material. And on the other side too, you have a double door in the link, but half of it is in the link and half of it overlaps a taller part of the house. I mean, those are all details, but I mean, actually find the elevation that faces, is it, you said the Coffin School there?
Yeah, it's south.
The back? Yeah, I mean, at some level, it's the most calming, even though it's the most massive. It's relatively simple gable. If the cupola went away, that's a relatively simple elevation. I mean, it completely obscures the house, but it's simple. The shed dormers, I think, would work well on the other side, actually. So I think looking at a contraction in the footprint and a simplification of some of the details would help to elevate the existing house, in my opinion. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. I hesitate to go through this sheet by sheet. I agree with a lot of what's been said, but I want to go to Connie first. Sorry, Connie.
Oh, that's okay. I agree with everything that's being said. I don't really have anything to add. I feel that this is out of character and setting. Somebody mentioned it's from setback to setback to setback. The rear structure is massive. And I think we had mentioned perhaps the garage could be broken off and be separate, one car garage. And again, there's been a lot that has already been said that I agree with. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Connie. So, Steve, one thing just in terms of presentation-wise, I think it would be beneficial. I understand what you're trying to accomplish with differentiation, but limit your textures to one layer instead of having multiple. I just think with respect to readability, it's going to simplify it. It's going to be better for all parties involved. I get what you're trying to represent here, but two-dimensional on-screen, I think it's going to benefit the process. I think the overarching from the front of the structure is that the rear of the structure should be clearly subordinate, and the double dormers on the, well, we don't need to look at it. You know what I'm talking about. That does not read as such. And then from this street view, I think simplification and a sense of subordination. And then from the site plan view, a de-emphasis of the T through building up, I think massing on the connector is a valid and historic strategy. And then the concept of going from the front of the lot to the rear of the lot, I think is valid because it does show from this street view, and it will show from the street view. So those are my comments. They echo and many of the others a little bit, just a little different perspective, but they echo it. So do you feel like you need clarification on any particular points before we move for a motion for revisions, or?
No, I think I'm glad that this is on YouTube, and I will re-review the comments that were made. And say on behalf of my client that we're happy to go back to the drawing board. They really want to do the right thing. They want to have a house that works for their family, but they want to do the right thing for Liberty Street as well. And hope to be a good neighbor to the neighbors for a long time to come. So we're willing to take another crack at it, and I will be back.
We appreciate that. Thank you. How about a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Let's see, Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thanks again,
Thank you.
Stephen. And thank you, folks, for coming in. We appreciate your comments. Okay,
I
let me
did
see.
want to mention, Mr. Chair, that I didn't realize Linda was representing Structures Unlimited.
Okay, well. Okay. Well, I did call for, guys, thank you. I did call out to see if it was being represented. Don't be a wilting lily. Speak up. I would ask that we go ahead and get a motion on the March 26 minutes. And, Linda, you're on the agenda, and you're going to be up next week, because that's how we're doing it in order. So let's proceed with minutes. It'll be regular board and Carrie and Joe on the minutes of March 26th. We get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, sorry.
Motion.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
On your motion?
I'm an aye.
Actually, raise on your, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Wait, did you say you're opposed? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I was moving so fast, like the Flash. Okay, so with that, we'd like to get a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
All in favor, say aye.